Hello, everyone. Take two. Can anyone hear me this time? Let's see. Here we go. Yesterday, to my surprise, uh, Simon did. Oh no, no sound. Uh, what's wrong? Do I need to go to break or something? Uh, okay. People say sound is good. Tristan says something's wrong. What's wrong, Tristan? Okay, I'm not going to do anything until Tristan tells me what else is wrong. Uh, uh, oh, I have to go to break. Okay, so something is wrong. One moment. Be right back. Uh, there we go. All right, we're back. Apparently, my shirt was making me disappear, and I was just a floating head because it was too close to the green of the green screen or something. So, hello, everyone. To my surprise, Simon yesterday did my recent puzzle royal. I've been posting, if you have not looked, a bunch of 1 to 2 star puzzles over on LMD. From a bunch, and all of them are sort of single constraint puzzles. So we're gonna get to watch Simon do this, see how Simon got on with this puzzle. There'll be a link in the description where you can go see Simon's video, and you can at least go like Simon's video as well as liking this video, I would hope. And let's get started and see what happens. Thank you, Carabat. Is this number 50? I'm not sure.
Hello and welcome to Saturday's
Glad
edition
to hear it,
of
Liz
Cracking
and
the
Isabella.
Cryptic on an important day in the puzzling calendar.
Hey, Sarah.
Today it is the Dash Hunt. So-called Dash is different area, same hunt, and it's happening all across America and in London. It may be other cities as well, but there hasn't been one of these for a couple of years, and then it got interrupted by COVID before that. So it's a great
That does
chance
sound fun.
to get together and meet some puzzling friends. And basically the way it works is you go you have a team of up to 5 people, and you go to a location. So I'm going up
not
to
one
London
off
later,
pencil mark. That will
solve
get you,
some
Damien.
puzzles, and that'll send you to a
Great,
different
Ian.
location in London. So you go there, and then you find some more puzzles, and you solve those, etc., etc. And it's the same puzzles that are going to be being played in all of these various locations across the globe. So it's,
I think Tristan did this one on stream, Jim.
It's just a really great idea. I remember when I first did it, hardly anyone went. I mean, there were a few teams, and it was really not that popular. And I think it's an absolute testament to the fact that we're almost in the age of the geek and the nerd now. We're having our time, because now it's sold out. And unless you sort of get your entry in quickly, you won't get to do it at all. So maybe I'll meet some Cracking the Cryptic viewers later on today. Wouldn't that be nice? And if I have met you by the time this video goes out, the hunt should be over. Then well, thank you for watching the channel. Now anyway, all of that is by the by, because the other reason it's an important day in the puzzling calendar is I am returning to do battle with the great zetamath. This puzzle on the screen is called Royalty, and I believe it's part of a series zetamath's been doing to sort of introduce more people to variant sudoku. So what a brilliant idea that is. And a very simple rule set today is just normal sudoku and renban lines, and don't worry if you don't know what those are.
MIA famously approachable zetamath puzzle. So yeah, so as Simon says, the goal here is to set a series of easier puzzles. I'd say these are not quite gas level. If you are putting these are like gas plus. I think is probably the right place to say this. I will say if you are setting uh, an easier puzzle, one of the tips I've sort of stumbled upon over time is to make the break-in involve given digits, because quite likely if someone has never done a puzzle with whatever the constraint is, then they have done some Sudoku with something with digits, and so they'll know how that works. And so you'll see if you look at this series, for basically all of them, the break-in involves something with Sudoku with the given digits. In this case, as pointed out, and as you'll see in a second, the break-in involves specifically the given digits here. All right, so Ken has been a member for 40 months, which is crazy that I've been doing this for this long, and that Ken has been supporting us. So huge thank you. And Isabella's at 36 months. So let's get them a dual dance. Boop 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 doop boop boop. Woohoo! Boop doop boop doop boop boop. Woohoo! Boop doop boop doop boop boop. Woohoo! Bop bop ba bop bop ba bop ba. Bop bop ba bop bop ba. Woohoo! Bop ba da ba da ba da ba da ba da ba. Woohoo! Oh, and Jim will continue the dance. For Jim, 29 months. Thank you, Jim. Carabet asks how to get the milestone to appear. I don't know. But presumably there are 3 people in chat who know. Big day for memberships, apparently. Yeah, 29, 36, 40. That's a lot of days. I need to turn the fan on. I don't think it'll do anything for you, but it will make me less hot. We've been in that ephemeral period where the fan either needs to be on because I'm too hot, or it makes me too cold and I turn it off. So we're sort of back and forth. But yeah, as Emma says, or for zetamath puzzles, check what points at box 1. Yeah, box 1 is almost always I make my break-in in box 1 unless it's for some reason implausible. So, for example, I recently posted a Chinese whisper puzzle where the break-in is not in box 1 because the break-in I had required digits elsewhere. But most of the time, that's what I do. And so sometimes people will say, oh, that break-in wasn't really in box 1. And I often will disagree because it's often sort of like about what looks at box 1. It's not like literally if you covered the rest of the grid in fog, you could do it, so much as like, yeah, usually my puzzles start in box 1 and sort of move. And so I think this puzzle, I sort of designed it so that if you start in this box, you get some stuff that you can do going that way and some stuff that you can do going that way. And then eventually you need to have done both of those in order to sort of put together the bottom piece, is at least the way I put this together. And that's a very common way for me to start. Oh no, Isabella mentions I forgot that the same digit is less than 2 difference. Oh yeah, that'll get you. I probably should have explicitly reminded people of that in the rules. Mostly when I started it, I was going to avoid having any lines where that happened, but it turned out that in order to get the sort of aesthetic I was going for, it was natural. There we go. Carabet, 32 months. Boop, 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 boop. Woohoo! Boop, doop, boop, doop, boop, boop. Woohoo! Boop, doop, doop, boop, doop, doop. Woohoo! Boop, doop, doop, boop, doop, doop. Woohoo! Thank you, everyone. Thank you. All right, I think that's probably enough. Oh, I will also say, by the way, when I set this puzzle, fun fact, I screwed it up. And it just so happened, and I'll explain. I mean, I'm guessing Simon will probably get there. I'll explain why, but originally I didn't have this 8. And a step that I thought worked does not work without the 8. But fortunately, it turned out that when I test solved it and realized the step didn't work, I could just give this 8, and it didn't really break anything. And it worked. And so then the step actually does work. But I'll get there when Simon gets there. Also, if you're curious of the title, I was setting it with these, these lovely purple lines, which are my favorite. And I was trying to think, like, what shade of purple could I use? And then I thought, okay, well, royal purple Makes a lot of sense. For some reason, oh, it was Lingo 2. I had to like look in a thesaurus of shades of purple for Lingo 2 for some reason. So I had a lot of them in my head to pick from.
I'm going to have a go at that in a minute. But I'm really looking forward to having a go at this. It's got only 2 stars out of 5 for difficulty, and apparently it's really rather beautiful. All zetamaths puzzles are really beautiful. In fact, I was quite jealous because the testers recommended that Mark solved a recent zetamath puzzle. So I can't remember what that was called. It might have been called Angel or something. But anyway, I didn't get to do.
It was, yeah. Usually, my ratio of Simon features to Mark features is something approaching 10 to 1. But when we did the reaction video to Mark Solve the other day, people's guess in chat, and I think this is very reasonable, was that that puzzle involved a lot of pencil marking and that Mark is more inclined to pencil mark than Simon, so that perhaps Mark would have an easier go of it. I'm not sure at the end of the day, easy go of it would quite describe Mark's solve, though it was a very lovely solve. But there were a couple points where he found really elaborate ways to not find the easier thing, as is the thing that happens to all of us when we solve puzzles if we don't have the optimal solve path in front of us.
Do that one, but I'm definitely going to at least try to do this one.
Oh, please, Simon, succeed.
Read you the rules in a moment or two's time. Now, apart from mentioning Dash, what else can I tell you about today? Let's talk about what's going on. Oh goodness, what's going on over on Patreon, where there is still plenty of time left to enter our Back to the Future hunt. This is Blob's puzzle pack. You can see there 10 puzzles themed on what is now sort of a vintage film. It wasn't in black and white, but it feels like it almost could have been. One of the great movies of all time.
Please don't tell me
one
whether
of the great sudoku hunts of all time, and literally
Back to the Future is closer to black and white films or to today, because I have a feeling it's closer to black and white films, and I might cry.
Thousands of you have had a go at it, so well done if you've managed to get through it. If you haven't, you've got until the 20th. The prize is the chance to solve a puzzle with me. If that appeals, do have a go. Other than that, oh yes, I should mention Mark and I are at the Stratford-upon-Avon Literary Festival in November. We're going to be doing a live edition of Cracking the Cryptic, which is something we did last year, and we met lots of people there, which was absolutely lovely. There are a few tickets left, so if you'd like to go, grab one soon.
I'm trying to read the description.
The date, 2nd of November.
We'll attempt to solve one of the fiendishly difficult sudokus. I see. So they are, in fact, going to solve something.
What else? Oh, that's another.
Ian says it's equidistant from today and 1945. Yeah, that's certainly back in black and white territory. I am now of the age where I'm always horrified by these facts, like Jurassic Park came out closer to the Civil War than it did to the present day, and that kind of thing. Whenever I get those, it is always a little horrifying.
Rock Zero. This is over on Kickstarter. I think the closing date might be today or tomorrow. This is for Rock Rat Zero's periodic puzzle project, where he's made a puzzle for he's going to make a puzzle for every single element of the periodic table. So it's a brilliant idea. You can see some of them.
It's as true as the average statement on Twitter is.
And the project's already funded, so it's definitely going to happen. And you can grab yourself a copy.
This is a really cute idea.
A very, very nice thing.
Especially the chemistry professor.
And then finally, oh goodness, over on Monday, Mark and I are going to be streaming again. We're going to be having a look at this thing called Rita, which it's got some sort of word puzzles. Look, it looks really good. I'm looking forward to this.
Oh, interesting. I've never heard of this one.
Before we return to Blueprints, we're going to have a look at Rita Monday night, 10 p.m. UK time. Love to have your company if you're around. I think that's everything. Broadly, it's everything. Let's have a look.
Oh, nice,
Royalty
Ken.
by the great Zetamath. The rules are not going to take... I got 3 given digits today. Good grief. The rules are not going to take
3 whole given digits.
And they are
very
as follows.
generous.
We have got normal Sudoku rules apply. So we've got to put the digits 1 to 9 once each in every row, every column, and every 3x3 box. And then we've got Renban lines.
Thank you, Michael.
The purple lines in the grid are Renban lines. Digits on a line form a set of non-repeating consecutive digits in any order. So if that square is a 1, then this line, because it has to contain a consecutive sequence of digits, it will now have to contain the digits 1, 2, 3, and 4. And they can be in any order. So something like that would be a legitimate way of filling the line. Do have a go. The way to play is to click the link under the video as usual. But now, I get to play Let's Get Cracking. Now there are quite a lot of things I can see fairly quickly here. Okay, I'll just give you a rundown on some of the things I'm seeing, and you can
how many
say, well, that's
how many
obvious, or
Renbon
that's
tricks
obvious,
Simon
or
can mention?
What an idiot that man is. Or you might say, oh, I don't see things that way. So things I see, I've got a 5-cell Renban line there. Now a 5-cell Renban line must contain a 5. And the reason we know that is there's only 9 sudoku digits. So even if we were to put the lowest sudoku digit on this line, we'd still get as high as 5 by the time we'd filled it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be the fill. And if we put the highest sudoku digit on that line, which is 9, the fill would be 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. So there's always a 5, no matter
will
no
matter
matter what. The same is true here. Now, one thing I see as a result of that, which is slightly more perhaps strange, is that these digits interest me a little bit.
Let's pencil mark them as not 5.
I notice
Come on, we can do it.
that these digits can't appear anywhere on these Renban lines. So if I just give those Renban lines, oh goodness, a couple of colours, you can see those 2 lime green digits here. Whatever they are, they just can't go on that line. So they definitely can't be 5. And here,
and this is a good thing for Simon to notice, because I've set a lot of puzzles with this with this conceit recently, including things like I mean, that's basically literally the break-in of brackets, which is the killer puzzle in this sequence, if you like. I don't know that it's directly a trick that I use in here, although of course indirectly it's going to come up.
These indigo lines, these can't be 5 either. But it's almost like there's a sort of semi-extra region. That another way of saying that, I suppose, is that those 7 cells all have to be different, and the same is true up there.
It's a very Zeta thing to use.
I'm not saying that does anything. I'm just saying the way my mind goes. Yeah, so other things, just to extrapolate, every one of these little tetrominoes, they all seem to be a similar shape. You can ask the same question about that.
I love that one too,
can't
Michael.
Appear on the Renban.
Michael mentions every 4-cell Renban has a 4 or 6, which is a version that I'm very often inclined to use in slightly harder Renban puzzles. Because in hard Renban puzzles, I usually try and avoid having many 5-cell Renbans. This was not a harder Renban puzzle, so I definitely included a couple. It wasn't a deliberate choice not to include more of them, but I certainly included both that one and this one are part of the break-in, roughly speaking. But yeah, so that was my my approach. But yeah, but that is a very good version. And there's a lot of different versions of that you can come up with for Renban.
Same isn't true of this digit vis-a-vis this Renban, is it? Because that cell doesn't see that one. It's not in the same box.
It sort of amuses me, by the way. I like people on stream always mention my whole thing about it's a zetamath puzzle, so the break-in's probably in box 1. I don't think Simon has ever gotten the memo that zetamath puzzles almost always have the break-in in box 1, which is sort of interesting because he's done, I don't know, this is probably 50 of my puzzles or something like that, counting the ones that he's tested for Mark and that sort of thing. So,
okay. I mean, the other thing I can see, I will also note, and this is probably the most obvious place to start, is look, this is a 4-cell Renban, so that's 4 consecutive digits in a box with a 1 and a 6. So we can't use a 7, 8, or a 9 because we'd run out of digits. That's going to have to be 2, 3, 4, 5, isn't it? So these have got to be...
Okay, you might correctly guess the way that I set this puzzle was to say, okay, well, I want a forced 4-cell Renbon in box 1. So I randomly picked 1 and 6 and more or less randomly threw this 4-cell Renbon down there, and then said, okay, so now I've got this 789 triple. What do I do with that? And for reasons that Simon, I'm guessing, is probably going to explain in a moment, uh, this this 4-cell Renbon was the second clue I drew because it has an interesting interaction with this triple.
Be 7, 8, and 9, and that, okay. Now I can use the trick that well, not the trick, but I can use the principle that we've been talking about vis-a-vis that digit. Because we have just noted that those cells there, this digit here, cannot appear on this Renban. So what would happen if this was a 7 or an 8? Well, then there would be a 9 on this Renban, so there would need to be a 7 or an 8 on this Renban in order to make it work. Oh, we're going to get visited by Maverick. Hello, Maverick. How are you? A little bit of aeroplane noise incoming. Can't do anything about it. So let me just show you what I mean. If this is 8, these two squares are 7 and 9. Once 9 is on this Renban, it has to be 9, 8, 7, 6, doesn't it? But where are we putting the 8 on it? Can't go anywhere. So that won't work. I think, therefore, that what we're really saying is that that's got to be 9. And therefore this Renban, which now has 8 on it because one of these digits is an 8, this is going to have to be 8, 7 there and 5, 5, 6 there in order to be a consecutive sequence. We can probably lose the colour, can't we?
We can probably now guess what the next clue I drew in was if we look at this solve.
Oh, yeah, lovely. And I'm going to do exactly the same trick here now. With this little congregation of digits, how could that be the 5?
It was indeed this Renban.
Because then we couldn't put 5 on the green Renban, the dark green Renban, and we know it's got 5 on it. So that's got to be 6. That's got to be 5. Now, let's look at the green Renban, which doesn't have 6 on it. But it's got to be 5 consecutive digits. So, I mean, if we were to go full Goodliff on it, it's got to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Full Goodliff?
There's got to be a 5 now in one of those two cells. The 5 that must exist on this Renban now is in neither of these two cells because of sudoku, so it's in one of those 3, in case that's going to be important.
Okay, so I next added a few clues. So one of them is this 4-cell Renban, but this is, like I said, I sort of wanted this path to branch around both directions. So this 4-cell Renban is now forced. But also, a very common Renban trick is to ask things like, where does the 9 go in row 3? And I deliberately made these two almost identical looking Renban here to actually reward the question, where does 9 go in row 3? Because 9 can't go on this one. It's just one cell not long enough, but 9 can go on this one, and so it has to. Which then devolves that which sort of breaks down this side. So it was quite intentional that I added these two at the same time, one which couldn't accommodate 9 and one which could barely accommodate 9.
That can't be a 5 by that fair-weathered friend sudoku. And
fair-weathered friend?
Well, okay.
Yeah, and that was what I intended.
I don't know what that means, but it probably means... Oh, hang on, I do know what that... Oh, this is beautiful. Zetamath. Zetamath is such a good constructor. You know, because what I was doing there was I was floating around, I was looking at this one, I was looking at this row, and what I should have been doing is just following the logic. Following what we just discovered, which is that there is a 5 in this domino. And then I could have thought about this, couldn't I? And I should have thought about this because it's important. This is a 4-cell Renban that doesn't have a 5 on it. So we immediately know it's either the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, or it's the digits 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, how could it be the digits 1, 2, 3, 4? If it was,
And to the extent that this puzzle has a logical theme beyond this is a Renbon puzzle, this is the intended logical theme of this puzzle, is that you have to avoid creating things like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sextuple, which is what you would do if you made this 1, 2, 3, 4. So sort of making use of the like breaking things as often as possible by making it so if you didn't carefully choose what digits were on something, you'd overdo the amount of digits you're allowed
So
in a
what would
row,
these
column, or
digits have the
box.
option to be? They both have to be 5. Well, that won't work. So this has got to be high. It's got to be 6, 7, 8, 9. And now these digits, I mean, this is, again, I'm going a little bit Goodliffy here, but these now have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we can't play the trick with this cell. It doesn't see that one, so it could be, this digit could be that digit. But, well, okay, I don't want to rush this. I just want to give it a little bit of thought for a moment or two, just in case there's another bit of logic that I should be spotting very quickly. I don't want to do the puzzle a disservice. Now there's a 6 in one of these cells. There can be a 5, I think, on this Renban.
I do tend to bait Simon into pencil marking a lot more than Simon does usually. I don't know exactly. It probably has to do with my general style, because I really like things like triples and whatnot, so I tend to encourage it maybe a little bit more. Uh,
I mean, it's true to say none of those can be a 5, but I think perhaps this one can be. No.
if you want to
Can we
work
do
really
anything?
hard, it can't be a 5, but it's probably not worth.
Oh, hang on. 8 can't be on that Renban.
It's probably not worth
So
working
this
it out, but
Renban
that's
only
true.
has 7 digits to choose from, doesn't it? Because obviously once 8 can't be on it, it can't have 9 on it either. So this Renban does have a 4 on it. I mean, it's difficult.
So my mistake when I set this is that I set this up so this whole row resolves into triples once you ask where 9 is in row 3. And this works out to be 5, 6, 9, and this works out to be 2, 3, 4, if I recall correctly. And I drew in this Renbon basically to ask, does this Renbon have to have a 5 on it? With the intention that in this box, it couldn't be 1, 2, 3, 4, which is what, if it didn't have a 5 on it, it would need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. And what I wanted was this box to say it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, which it does, and this box to say it's not 6, 7, 8, 9, which it didn't, because of the exact combination of digits here, including a 5, actually meant that like these could be a 6, 9 pair and these could be a 7, 8 or something like that. And so my original intention was, oh, this needs a 5 and we know where it goes. And then that sort of unravels the rest of the grid over here. But that turned out not to be the case until such a point as I put this 8 here, because once you put the 8 here, it is true that this Renbon needs a 5. And then you can unwind through here, which is that I wanted this 5 to also look down at these Renbon. That was what I was sort of rigging here.
Difficult to pencil mark that because I don't like doing a corner pencil mark across boxes, but it's definitely true to say there is a 4. And there is also a 4, of course, on this Renban. So if the 4 was in the top row, that would be a 4. But 8 has to be in one of those 3 cells in row 2. That's just sudoku. And I'm seeing... Oh, no. Okay. Okay, let's look at 9 in this box, because I think that's also a bit of a gimme. Once you think about it, look, where is 9 in this box? Now, one place it's not.
I mean, it's just as good, but it's interesting that he sees 9 in this box before he sees 9 in this row. But of course, he's going to get 1 from the other, so it's going to lead him to the same place anyway. But that is interesting to me.
Is on this Renban. Because what's this? If we've got 9 on here, this is going to be the digits 9, 8, 7, 6. and then we're going to have all 5 of those digits there
Thank you,
selected
Amy.
from just those 4 different digits, 9, 8, 7, and 6. So it will necessitate a repeated digit. So 9 is not here. It's obviously not here by Sudoku, so 9 is in one of those. But we've just said that this Renban can't have 8 on it, and it can't. So how could we put 9 on it? Well, we can't, can we? So that's going to be 9. That's going to be 8 to be consecutive with 9. Oh, and this is good. Now we're cooking, aren't we? Because now we've got 9 on this Renban, and so I now know that this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can't put 8 in here, but you know one of these digits is a 9, therefore you can't put 9 in here, and one of these digits has to be an 8. And that's going to be incredibly... Oh, well, no, hang on, I can do the same with 7. We can't put 7 on there. So, right, this is lovely. These are 5, 6, 9. These are definitely 7 and 8 to make the overall sequence of the 5 top digits appear. Now I want to look at those squares. Because these squares, we now know, can't be 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So they are 1, 2, 3, or 4. It looks like we're heading
towards
towards
the 7, 8 pair, yeah,
something in that top. Well, yes, okay, we now know what this Renban is. It's just beautiful setting. It really is.
That's a cute way to do this.
Because now, look,
this isn't quite how I did this. I did this after resolving. Sorry, I was trying to highlight cells, which doesn't work when I'm on a YouTube video, surprisingly. I did it by first filling in this Renban, and then looking at this, but Simon's about to just say, like, now I know that 7 in this row has to go on this Renban, but it doesn't have an 8 on it, so I know what it is, which works just as well.
Row 7 is now appearing on this Renban, which we know doesn't have an 8 on it. So we know that this Renban, therefore, is 7, 6, 5, 4. That's all it can be. The 7 must be in the top row, so it doesn't repeat here, which is also not a 6 by Sudoku. So this is 4 or 5. Well, it's not 5. So that's 4, and we're cooking with gas. This is now 5, 6, 7, which means this is the 5. Whoops. So 2, 3, 4 here gives us a 1 in the corner. This can't be 5. That's a 7 just by Sudoku, using these digits to help us. This is a 2 or a 3. These squares are 1 and 7. Well, okay, we can do that, look. We can't put 7 here. These are going to be too big. We wouldn't be able to put 2s and things like that in row 3. So that's going to be the 1. That's going to be the 7.
Oops. Yeah,
this isn't a 1 anymore. This has to be 2, 3, 4. This isn't 8 or 9, just a little bit of Sudoku.
So the thing I mentioned that was sort of my intended path is that he would do what he did over here, and then come over here, and the reward of doing all of this over here is this 5, and the reward of the first step is this 5. And so those two 5s together, which you get in separate ways, look down at these two Renban and unlock the rest of the puzzle. But I don't think without both of these 5s, you can really get at here. So that was sort of the flow I was going for around the grid. Of course, there's always lots of different ways you can go about it. And I'm never a try and avoid someone going off the solve path sort of setter, but especially in an easier puzzle, it's totally fine if there's other paths. But that was my intended flow, was for it to sort of ultimately culminate in these two 5s.
To do, in case that avails, well, that does something for us. 7 and 8 here. Is that helping us? You know there'll be something clever. That is the great thing about him. There will be something here that is like, oh, I wish I'd looked at that thing first. And I haven't got that thing yet, but I'm sure it's going to be here. 9 nearly has to be on this Renban. Can that be 9876? That would have to be the 6. It can be, but
he doesn't see the two 5s. Because this Renban doesn't have a 5, and so He's asking, can it be 9876? And it's like, well, very barely it could be 9876, but it definitely can't be 1234.
8 is in one of those 3 digits, just because there's a 7-8 pair here and an 8 here. 7 is in one of those 3 digits. And okay, and we might be about to get stuck, I fear. I'm looking around desperately trying to work out what to do. Oh, I see. That, oh yes, okay, I do see. That can't be 9. This is important. This digit is actually the one I'm going to look at, because that digit has to find a home in box 5.
Well, I'm fascinated to see where this is going.
I've got no clue where it is.
Oh, I see where this is going.
One of those 3 cells.
This definitely wasn't what I intended, but it'll work.
Sudoku, given it's a 7 or an 8, it's got to be in that cell. And now
that's a clever way to see it.
And the answer is, as usual, I don't know. But I do know it's in one of those 2 cells on this Renban. So this Renban is 9876. And that 6 sees those 3 cells. So that's 6. These squares are 7, 8, 9. And that's not the 9. So there's a 7, 8 pair now in column 2.
That'll do it.
There is also, look. Oh, hang on. Well, there is, yeah. There's a 7, 8, 9 triple in column 1. So this digit is 1, 2, 3, or 4.
And sometimes you find the thing that works and it's good enough.
We can do some other magic with it. None of those are 6 anymore. What does this mean? I don't know. That digit is there, so it's in one of those 3. This digit, okay, so 6. Yeah, there's. Oh,
you also used that 7, 8. That's neat, Chad. I'm surprised. Yeah,
because we've got a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple.
So then the question is he going to find a way to get through this Renban without using the fact that there's 2 5s looking at it? Because the intended use of the fact that this is 6, 7, 8, 9 is that this Renban, which has no 5, can't be high. Tristan says yes, he will. I don't know if Tristan watched it yet or not, but yeah, I somewhat suspect that, yeah, if he didn't see the 2 5s now, when they were closer, he's probably not going to see the 2 5s when they're down here.
In row 6.
Oh, Tristan has watched it, okay.
Which is in that triple, so this can't be a 6. And these squares are, well, they're all of that ilk. And that can't be a 1. It'd be nice if this had to be a 1. Oh, look. Yeah, there's quite a lot going on in row 4. 9 has to be in one of those 2 cells. And does that help us? That can't be a 4.
And totally reasonable, yeah, Bravon. If you're doing this, it's the sort of thing where it's a question of how hard am I willing to push? Because if you push hard enough, you can certainly figure out what this Renban is, or at least close enough to basically get you through it. Because you've got a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in column 3, sort of looking down at this. But yeah, the most useful order sort of involves 2 paths meeting in the middle, which is what I tend to like.
I don't know. Where am I meant to look here, zetamath?
Yeah, where is 6 in row 5? It's a fantastic question.
I think it's true,
Jennifer.
Because there's no 8 on this 4-cell Renban. Again, we saw this earlier. We're selecting these 4 digits from the digits 1 to 7. So there's going to have to be a 4 on this Renban. That seems a reasonable thing to note. There is also definitely not a 9 on it.
Yeah, what Jennifer says here about this Renban is exactly the reason I drew this in. So Jennifer points out this Renban definitely has a 6 on it, and the other digit on it is a 1, 2, 3, 4. And so the thing I wanted you to say was if a Renbon has a 6 and a 1, 2, 3, 4, it definitely has a 4, and that 4 is placed because of this 4. That was why I drew this Renbon through exactly these cells, was to give you that deduction as an option.
But that's probably less important. If we knew 7 was on it, we'd now know it was 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah, as
But I
soon as you
don't
place the
think
4,
we
you
know
know it doesn't have a
that.
7, so you know exactly what's on it.
Okay, so we might have to think harder here. Where is it we're meant to look next? Could it be column 1? We've not put we've got 2, 3, and 4 into these cells. Yeah, okay. So that's pushing up the values that have to appear on this Renban, isn't it? Because that little digit there
Yeah, if you
cannot
also
appear
marked
on
that
this
these were
Renban.
from
So
1,
even
2,
if
3,
this
4,
was
it might
as
help.
low as it can be, so the minimum amount of pressure on this Renban, if this was a 2, these digits would be selected from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Just to go through, why is it that knowing there's not a 5 on this Renbon is helpful? It's because it now is from 1, 2, 3, 4, and no matter what, it needs to have a 2 and a 3, which makes this digit a naked single 4. Was the sort of intended strategy, but Simon is going for a different strategy here.
9, and therefore it would
So
need
you
to have
just
a
didn't
6 on
see
it.
the
There's no way you
5s.
cannot have a 6 on this Renban. Because even if it has a 3 on it, it's 3, 4, 5, 6. And if it has a 9 on it, it's 9, 8, 7, 6. So there's a 6.
Yeah, the thing I was sort of expecting him to pencil mark was that you can corner mark 5 in these 3 cells. And that would sort of alert him to this option. But he didn't corner mark that. And so, yeah, so he's finding his way around this, which will assuredly work.
6 in one of those 2 cells. And a 6 in one of those 3 cells, but it's still not quite good enough.
Wow, the corner marking in box 9 is like the most corner marks I've
Right.
ever seen, I think.
Now, so where do we look next? 9. 9 is desperate to get on this Renban down here. Can it really be? Can it have a 9 on it? Oh, look, haven't seen this. I've got a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in column 3. The one of which is definitely in this triple, so it's not there. So now there's definitely a 1 in box 5 in one of these cells. Is that going to do some magic for us? Well, I don't know. But
yeah, this 4 would do a lot of good with
marking these
sort of resolving all of this if he wanted.
Yes, there's a lot of jiggery pokery going on in column 3. These squares here are from 5, 7, 8, 9. Now,
now we're going to use that we've got a 5, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. Is that what we're going to do?
It's a quintuple.
Yeah, we are going to use that, I see.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So these have to be from 1, 2, 3, and 4. And 1 is on this Renban. So this is a 1, 2, 3 Renban. This is a 4, and that's as good as it's as good as it can be for putting pressure on this Renban. It's just superb. It's superb because this Renban now hasn't got 4 on it. So now it's only made up. It's got to have 7 and 8 on it, doesn't it? Because in fact, it's got to have 6, 7, and 8 on it.
I could imagine a world where like you could make this a dynamic fog puzzle, which would encourage people to find exactly the right place to look at exactly the right time. I've still actually never set anything with fog, but I can see how it in like especially in a like puzzle like this where it's deliberately got super clean steps, it would encourage people to find the most clean satisfying step if you just cover up the other stuff. Maybe I'll try it at some point.
So this digit has to appear in one of those 2 cells. We may as well actually pencil mark it fully. This is very beautiful. Oh, these are not 4. Yeah, we did work out that Renban over there had to have 4 on it, didn't we? In fact, also, let's have a look at this Renban. Because this, yeah, I think if you did this in a perfect order, it would just be, it would feel like magic. It feels like magic to me. But the thing is, I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm seeing things all over the place. I should have been a little bit more diligent, probably. But now let's look at this Renban, which doesn't have 6 on it. So it can't have 7, 8, or 9 on it. And it must be collected or comprised of digits from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it definitely has 2, 3, and 4 on it. And that's going to place the 4 in box 9. Because there is now a 4 in one of these 3 cells.
There's actually also
now,
a 5 in those 3 cells
me?
if you look at row 9.
It probably does. I just have to figure out why. 2, 3, 4.
It would be hilarious, Ian.
Yeah, these two. This digit is definitely on this Renban.
Release it on April 1st.
So it must be here along with the 6. So these 2 digits definitely don't include 5 or 9.
Agree.
That digit is in one of those 2 positions. Which actually is going to push the 9 in box 8 into row 7. So this is no longer 9. That pushes the 9 in turn back onto this
That's
Renban,
a really cute way to do that. It's not at all what I intended, but that's actually a super cute back and forth way to realize that this has to be 6, 7, 8, 9. That is very cool. My intended way to eventually resolve it was, there's a 5 down here in this box because of the fact that otherwise you'd have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quintuple in the row. And so that's not a 5. But then that same quintuple then gives you that this digit is a 6, 7, 8, 9, whereas that digit is a 4. And so you need a 5 in the middle, and that rules 5 out of that cell. That was my sort of way of trying to make it. And it perhaps goes without saying, but this length 2 Renban kind of broke my heart because I needed it to resolve all of the stuff, but it was the least offensive way to resolve the sort of end of the grid. You usually in a Renban puzzle end up with some like high and low digits that end up being a little bit difficult to disentangle, and there wasn't a really satisfying way to do it with given digits. So this sort of did 2 digits at once. I don't really love the aesthetic of a bunch of length 4 and 5 Renban and a random length 2 Renban, but at least it kept with the perpendicular theme.
9876, there's no 5 on it. That's going to be the 5. There is now a 5 on this Renban, ergo there is no 1 on it. And now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quintuple in the bottom row. So these digits here are all high digits, look. And we know that that can't be 8 or 9 because 8 can't go on the Renban. So that's 6 or 7. That means there is a 5 on this Renban because it's got a 4 on it and a 6 or a 7. The 5 must go in one of those cells. So this digit gets restricted.
And the 6 has to go somewhere too.
If we knew
that's exactly 7. What I intended, D-Web.
We would know the exact composition.
I liked that enough that I put the sort of weird shaped Renban in. I was happy enough with my little like S-shaped one because it allowed that exact deduction with the 5 and the 6.
Position of that Renban. Well, we know it's got 6 on it, don't we? So we can get rid of 6 from both of these cells. Now I've got a 7, 8, 9 triple in the bottom row, so that is a 6. Which means this isn't 6. And there's definitely a 1, look, in one of these squares. So 1 in, yeah, where's 1 in this box? It definitely isn't on this Renban, which has got a 6 on it and is only 4 cells long. And so by sudoku, this square is a 1, which means I've now got a 2, 3 pair in the row. And yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Because these digits here, They include 6. So one of 7, 8, and 9 must be on here.
It's a good way to say it.
Along with 5. So this must be 5 and 7 in order to be possible to construct. Yeah, these digits cannot be 7, 8, and 9 because one of them is a 6. So this is 5, 7, which means this is a 6, this is an 8. So these are 7, 9, this is an 8, this is no longer an 8, so that's an 8 in box 9. This is a 9 in the corner, this is a 9, this is a 7.
All unraveling now.
Those two digits are a 2-3 pair, I believe. Oh, and yeah, we know that's the 7, don't we? So that's the 5. That's just Sudoku unwinding itself. This digit here, where my cursor is a 6. And now, where do we look now?
For my next trick.
We know these digits, don't we? They're 1, 7, and 9. As Maverick comes over for another pass. With chocolate teapotted here, that doesn't seem to be resolved. Can't do that. That certainly isn't a 5. And this digit, okay, we've got to be careful with what this digit is. Because that certainly isn't a 1. But remember, this digit can't appear on this Renban, so 9 actually looks like quite a good shout for this digit. There's a 2 or a 3 here. One, look at that. 1 can't appear on this Renban. So this Renban is made up either of 2, 3, 4, 5 or 3, 4, 5, 6. So it must have 5 on it. And that's the 5. It's the only place it can go, which means this is 5, this is 9.
Yeah, it's funny. In my solve path, that's the 3rd digit placed on that Renban. But because of how he went around the grid, that ended up being the 1st digit that he figured out he knew where it was on the Renban.
I mean, this is 9. Oh, I thought this one was going to be the 9. Okay. This is obviously because it's got 2 or 3 on it and 5. It must have 4 on it. And we can write 4 in. Now, does it have 6 on it? Probably. Yeah, it does by Sudoku. So it's got 6 on it, which means this is 3, this is 2. That's a 2, 3, 1 in the column. That's a 2, that's a 3. 2 on, well, 2 in this. This is a 3, 4, 5 triple. So these squares are a 1, 2 pair. This square's this square's naked. That's a 3. So this is now along the Renban. This is a 4, 5 pair. This is a 3. These two squares have got to be a 1, 2 pair. And we know the order. That's become a 4. That's become a 4 as well. Are we going to get a 3 in the corner? That's a 1. We've got a chance because of the 2, 3 pair in column 2.
I think the 2, 3 pair in column 1 makes it very likely that there'll be a 3 in the corner.
Where do we look next? We could go for... That's not a 3 anymore. Oh, this is a 2, look. So that's 2. That's 4. That's 5. This is a 3, 4 pair. What sort of pair is this? A 2, 3 pair.
What sort of pair are you?
Okay, so something's got to resolve. Ah, the 6 here means this is 7. And that is going to be important.
2 50-50s, so 75% chance. Yeah, that's
okay. 7 and 8
that sounds right to me.
Box 1.
They're definitely independent, so you can definitely multiply them and stuff.
Oh, I'm sure it's resolved. I just have to figure out why. Right, zetamath. Well, oh, there's a 5 at the bottom of the grid. So if I could actually scan that high, it would have been fine. So that's 5. That's 4. That's 4. That's 3. 3, 2, 2, 1, 9, 7, 1. Okay, that digit's now 6. and something. Oh, I see. Yes, we get a 2 here, a 3 here. Oh, yes, we do get a 3 in the corner here. That's 3 in the corner. That's 3 in the spotlight, losing its religion. And somehow or other, this pattern at the bottom of the grid now. Oh, there's an 8 on here. Didn't see it. So that's 9. That's
There
7.
we go.
That's 9. That's 8. That's 7. That's 8. And that's 8. And that is just gorgeous. It's just
Woohoo!
Gorgeous, isn't it?
A lovely solve.
Gosh,
there.
it's had a lot of solves as well.
Ooh, 500 too. It's very nice.
I think I think the basic ideas there I sort of did get, but I think that there might have been a way I could have got the ordering of the solve better. I was trying to.
It was just the 5. Really,
when...
I think the only thing he missed that made him sort of work around it was that there were 2 5s looking at these 2 Renbon. I think other than that, he basically solved it in the same exact order.
You know when you're doing a zetamath puzzle that there's just cleverness galore, and you see a bit of the cleverness, and then you realise you're not, that it's making you feel stupid because you don't see the cleverness until you see the cleverness again, and then you sort of you get back into it. But it's a really, really nice idea. That I think if the intention of that is to get people into variant Sudoku zetamath, well, let me tell you, my friend, you've done a very good job, I think. So let me know in the comments how you got on with it. I enjoy the comments, especially when they're kind. I'd love to hear from you if you are new to variant Sudoku, and perhaps this was...
Alrighty. Thank you, everyone. So now we're just going to do a normal stream. So I'm going to take a quick stretch, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to solve some puzzles. And in the spirit of this, I'll try and solve some easier puzzles today. So I'm going to take a quick break, eat a cheese, and be right back. Hello, welcome back. Let's see, it looks like the grid is on screen and everything. We have a Jobo puzzle combining the region sum line, combining the Renbon from before. So these are a string of consecutive digits in any order, but with region sum lines. So the way these work is you're supposed to imagine that this is like a length of blue yarn, and each of the box borders cuts the yarn into a different piece. So like this is one piece, this is another piece, this is another piece, this is a piece, and this is a piece. And did Tristan just do this and just not take it out of the bucket? I hope not, because I'm going to do it anyway. But the idea is that each piece here needs to have the same sum. And that's true of each of the lines over there as well. Different lines can have different sums. Also, I'll just mark that this is odd. So this is 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. The gray circle of shame off in the corner. We all love it. All right. So we certainly know that these two are the same digit because they're both the sum of this. And that same digit, DWeb points out, has to be 7, 8, or 9 because it is a third of the sum of these 6 cells. And a third of the sum of 6 cells is at least 7. Or if you prefer, if you've got your 2-cell sums memorized and you'd rather think about it that way, you can say it as, well, this 7, 8, 9 has to, the number has to have 3 different ways to make it without repeated digits, and 7 is the smallest number that you can make in 3 ways without repeated digits. Okay. Now, of course, these cells are also 7, 8, 9, but of necessity, one of them at least is a repeat because there's only 3 digits from 7, 8, 9. So this could be yellow or this could be green, but I don't know which yet. I do know that the yellow in this box is in one of these 2 cells. I don't quite see what to do with that. Yeah, or both. It could be both. That's absolutely true. We learned from Simon today that there's definitely a 5 on here. These digits are at most 7. That doesn't seem that useful. Oh, that's true. The repeated one does go here. Right. Okay, so it can't be both. Isabella is right. So imagine that this is yellow. Where does yellow now go in box 5? Only here. And if it were green, the same thing would be true. Yes, exactly as Sean also says, whichever one it is that repeats ends up there in the center of the grid. So this is certainly a 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not green or yellow. So this is either 6 or it's the other 7, 8, 9. That's a very clever geometry trick there. Okay, so there's a bunch of high digits floating around. So is the point that this Renbon can't have both yellow and green on it, or is that true? So let's just look. Where can yellow go on this Renbon? The only place yellow can possibly go on this Renbon is here. And this is a length 7 Renbon. So if yellow were 7, it would need to have a 7. But green is much less restricted because this isn't actually symmetrically set up. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can somehow say this has to be a 6, which is what I assume is going on, but I can't quite see it yet. Yeah, there's sort of a third. Like if I want, I could say like the third 7, 8, 9 is red. And so like these would be red or green and these would be red or yellow. And so I know one of these 2 is red, I guess. Okay, I'm going to do it. I was resisting it. The third 7, 8, 9 is going to be marked by red. And so, oh, why did I think one of these 2 had to be red? Never mind. Sorry. I thought I was going to get something out of the fact that one of these 2 has to be red, but I don't think it's true that one of these has to be red. Hey, Drilier, how are you doing? Yeah, lots of middly digits need to show up on here. That's certainly true. these 6 cells, I haven't done this math before. These 6 cells sum to a maximum of 27. Does that mean they need a 1? Uh, I don't know. Uh, no. In fact, 2 through 7 sum to exactly 27. That's annoying. Uh, I'm also doing pretty well, Dorlier. The semester is going well so far. I'm enjoying my classes. Thank you, Dorlier. Yeah, we just watched Simon's solve of it. It was quite fun. Uh, can I say something like, "Oh, you can't put a 6 on this because it would break the world" or something like that? Uh, I guess if this digit is a 6, that digit's a 6. Is there a problem with that? But this Renbon definitely has a 6 on it. Uh, okay, this digit isn't a 6. Uh, the way I'm going to say this is horrendous, so I apologize. If this is a 6, yellow has to be a 7, but then this Renbon doesn't have a 7 on it. Because the only cell that this digit doesn't see is that one, and the only digit that yellow doesn't see is that one. And so, oh no, it doesn't make yellow 7. Sorry, no, it's not quite true. Because yellow only has to be on it. It would make 7 green. Sorry, it would make green 7 or whatever. Sorry, it's okay if this is a 6, as long as that's also a 6, and this is not a thing. Uh, Unfortunately, I don't think that's true if it's green, Chad, because I think green actually can show up on the Renbon in places like these. Or not that one. Uh uh so if this is a 6, that's 7 and green. Uh uh and now we're asking, the 6 goes there. Where does green go? And now green sees everything. Right. Okay. Yes, I see it. So, uh, if this is a 6 and that's a 7, remember that's saying that one of these two is 7. So that rules 7 out of all of these because this is a 7, as well as these, because these cells all see yellow and green in this universe. Specifically, where that's 6 and 7, and so that breaks. So this is not 6. So this is red, is the point. Which means this is green. Which now means that this can't be yellow, so it's red. Because if this was yellow, the problem is it makes that yellow. So this is red. And so we end up with that. And the repeated color is green, I should probably say, because we said that before as well. Okay, so that is good progress. One of these two is 8, so yellow is not 8, for whatever it is worth, because 7 9 is not a pair of consecutive digits. Okay. It's the case that green and red aren't both on this Renbon because green sees all of those cells and red sees all of those cells. So if green and red aren't both on the Renbon, that means that the Renbon, I mean, I guess maybe here's the easier way to say it. These cells are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're actually a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quintuple, or sorry, sextuple, because all of these see 7, 8, 9 either in the row or the column. And so therefore that digit's a 7, because the only thing I can add to a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a 7. So that digit's a 7. And we can bring out Zach for the 7 dance, which I swear is not copyrighted. Whoa! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That 789 triple, creating this ridiculous sextuple, really won me over, I've got to say. This digit's not a 7 anymore, by the way, because there's a thingy in the column. Very specific, I know. Okay. So this digit I know goes in one of these cells. Okay, so I know one of these two is an 8. So the even digit on these is a 2, 4, or 6 and has to go in one of those two cells, but that doesn't seem incredibly useful, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see. Green in this box. Oh, I guess green could even go on here, I guess, if green is 8, and this is something like 1, 8 or something. Okay, this cell, yeah, I guess all of these I can say are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I probably should. In particular, this is at most 7. This is 7. It does make both of these small. It is pretty hard for red to go on this Renbon, but not impossible, unfortunately. This digit sees 7, 8, and 9, because it sees yellow, green, and red. So this is not a 7 or a 9, which tells me that green isn't 7, because the 3 ways to make 7, there we go, are 1, 6, 3, 4, and 2, 5. That's very cute. Okay, so this is an 8, 9 pair. That is a nice way of doing this. 8 has the same problem, or a similar problem, D-Web points out, because 8's ways are 1, 7, 3, 5, and 2, 6, except you'd need to use the 3, 5 and the 1, 7 that would break that cell. So actually green is 9, which makes yellow 7. Green is still 9 over here. And now red is 8. Okay, and we can celebrate that. Okay, so these digits are, well, that's the 9, just by, let me undo my coloring real quick. Just by sudoku now, that's the 9, because we know you can't put 9 in a sum to 7, and therefore that's the 8, because you can't put 8 in a sum to 7 either. The 9 in this box is in one of those two. But not, so 9 in this box is in one of those two, but it can't go there because then the Renbon wouldn't have an 8. So that's a 9. We like our Renbons with 9s on them to have an 8. So that's a 9 over there, continuing that trend. That might have been the easier one, actually. But what can you do? That's the 9 over there. And now we've got all the 9s in the grid. What about 8s? Can I place any more 8s? Yes. That digit is an 8 because of this box. And so now this Renbon, which does not have a whatchamacallit in it, has a whatchamacallit in it. So it doesn't have a 9. So these are 7, 6, 5, 4 exactly. So this digit is not 7, 6, 5, or 4. So it's 1, 2, 3. Well, it's just 1, 2, 3. That's all it is. Because it's not 8 or 9 by the box. Okay, people would like me to do math in row 1, which I'm always reluctant to do, but we can do it. So these sum to 14, these sum to 18. Those two add to 32. Plus 8 is 40. So therefore, these two add to 5. And therefore, that one's not a 5, and this is a 2 or a 4, I think, if I did that right. Okay. 7 in box 5 is definitely on the Renbon, has been pointed out, by which I mean on this Renbon. So therefore, this is always a 6, 7 pair, so none of those are 6. So these are a 6 and that 1, 2, 3. So these aren't 4 or 5 if we want to make the tiniest of tiny pencil mark adjustments. Let's see. This digit is a 4 because you can't put a 4 on a sum to 8. Oh, I see. D-Web said the same thing while I was filling it in. I agree. 7 goes in one of these two. Not incredibly jazzed about that. I mean, I know, like, if I want to do weirdo coloring stuff, I know this digit goes in one of these two cells and this digit goes in one of these two cells. So, like, these are a singular 6, 7 and a singular 4, 5, but that feels horrendous. Right. The two digits left in this box that aren't on the line, Ken points out, add to 9. So therefore, this can only be a 6 or an 8, because these two need to add to 9. Because there's 4 ways to make 9, and we've got 3 of them over there. We can do a similar thing here. In this column. So that 16 plus 4 is 20, plus 18 is 38. And so therefore these two add to 7. So if I did that math correctly, that makes this a 1 and a 6 because I can't do 3 and a 4. Does that sound right? Well, I'm just going to assume it was perfect and let people correct me if I did the math wrong. Okay, so these aren't 6. That's not 7 anymore. One of these two is 7, but I don't know if that's worth corner marking. One of these two is 6, so there's no 6 on here. There's certainly no 7 on here. So the 7 is in one of these two cells now, for whatever that is worth. Oh, this can't have a 5 on it, because if it had a 5 on it, it would be 4, 5, and it would break that cell. So these are only for 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I don't have row column labels on. Right. Jim points out, so this is an 8, and this is a 4, because we said these two added to 9, and these two added to 5. So those two aren't 4. Let's see. Yeah, this can't be 5 for the same reason as the other one couldn't be 4 or 5, points out Dorlier. These two sum to 7, and they're not 1, 6, or 3, 4, so 2, 5 is the only option. And so these are 3, 6. Good. So that means if I now ask where the 3 goes in column 9, I learn that these are 3, 5, because it has to go on here. So that means that these are 2, 7, and we actually know the order of the 2 and the 7. And these are 4, 5, and I don't think we know their order just yet. But we can sort of continue bouncing around if we want. Let's see. There's a 2 in one of these cells. That doesn't sound fabulous. I know that one of these two is 6, just for what it's worth. Just by the column, or sorry, by the row. Uh, oh, actually, even just by sudoku, so it's not really that exciting of a deduction. Uh, Box 2, I'm being told, needs to have an 8 and that it's there. Thank you, Ekti. Yeah, row 1, 2, column 7, and row 12, column 7 do run together when doing like pencil puzzles a lot. That definitely is that is real. Okay, I was hoping I could. Yeah, I was wondering if we wanted to math these. So that's 14 plus 18 is 32. That's 40. So these again add to 5. Uh, if I did that right. So that's not a 4, so that's not a 1. Okay, and that's 18 plus 16 is still, I think, 32. No, it's 34. Sorry, 34. Plus 4 is 38. And ergo, these two add to 7. So it's either 1, 6, except it's not that. It could be 2, 5, and it can't be 3, 4, so it has to be 2, 5, which then makes that a 3, if we did that math correctly. So those aren't 3. That's not a 5. Those aren't 5, so those are 4, 6. So these are 5, 7. So that's not a 5 because of the pair. That's not a 4 because of the pair. All right, so now this is 1, 6, because that's the only available way. So these are 3, 4. These are 4, 5. Let's see. Okay, so these are not 1, 8, 2, 7, or 4, 5. So these are 3, 6. And these are 1, 7, which makes these 2, 6. Bouncing that around. This is a 7, just because it can't go on this line without a 2. And these are 1, 8. And we actually know the order on that 1, 8, which is handy. This is quite a construction that this comes together somehow. Okay, that's no 4 on this anymore, so there's definitely a 2 on here for whatever that is worth, with a 1 or a 3. What is the other digit missing in this column? It's a 7. We know where the 7 goes in this column. It goes there. This is a 1, 2, 3. It's the last one for the column. We should be very close to having all the 7s, but we're not going to get them. And we should be very close to having all the 8s, and we will once I fill in that one. Okay. Five is already in box 6, so that's not a 5. I agree with that. So I guess these are just from 1, 2, 3, 4. If you look at the row, and that one's not 1 or 3, so that one's not, and that one's not 3. Okay, one of these two is a 6 now, which I guess is also true just by uh, personality. The 5 in this row is getting fairly constricted. Uh, I mean, I guess I know this is also from 1, 2, 3, 4. If I just want to mark it, and it's not a 3. So these are each from 1, 2, 4. So this is from 1, 2, 4, 5. If I want to go really ham on marking these things in honor of Simon. If I look at this row, I know the 3 is in this row of this box. So that rules 3 out of those 2 digits, or out of those 2 cells. And therefore one of these is a 3. Which GWeb just said the other direction. Uh, 3 on the big Renbon now, Emily points out, is vertical. That's a crazy spot. That's awesome. Yeah, so now we just happen to have pulled 3 out of all of these cells. So one of these 2 is a 3, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 6 and a 2, makes that a 4 and a 6, 5 and a 4, 3 and a 5, no 2 over there, 3 and a 6. So those aren't a 2. That's not a 3. So now that is a 3. Oops. So now this is not a 1 because that's not consecutive. Those aren't a 2. Yeah. The 3 that we used looking down actually places that 3. Chat points out. So that's not a 3. It's a 1, 2 pair. Let's see. This digit I can probably figure out. It seems to be a 1, actually. So those aren't 1. So these are... Oh, they're all from 3, 4, 5, 6. But the 4 is now here. But that doesn't do anything because it was already there by the row. One of these is a 1 now, so that's not a 1. That gives me a 2, 4 pair, which makes that a 1. Gives me a 7 and a 1, and a 5 and a 7, and a 4 and a 5, and a 3 and a 4, and a 2. Let's see, 6 and 3 go in, 5 and 2 go in, 6 and 1 go in. Gives me the 2 and the 5, and the 4 and the 2, 4 and the 3 and the 1. It's the 6 and the 1, and the 1 and the 6, the 5 and the 4. Let's see, that is a 5. That's a 2. And that is a 3. Very nice puzzle. The construction there is quite uncanny because there's not... It felt like it was pretty smooth, but like this can't have been easy to set because there aren't that many clues in the entire grid. The use of this odd circle, I called it an odd circle of shame at the beginning, but actually the use of this odd circle to force this to be 9 was actually my favorite step. At the end of the day, because that actually sort of resolved everything in a really nice and satisfying way. So even though there's only one odd circle, and that usually is something that makes setters unhappy, but there we go. All right, I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with another puzzle in just a moment. Welcome back. Let's next. Oh, what did I do? Oh, wrong button. Let's next have a look at this not blank white void, Around the Bend by Matt Tressel. So here we have normal Sudoku rules. We have our entropic lines. So every 3 digits along an entropic line, we have to have one low digit from 1, 2, 3, one middle digit from 4, 5, 6, and one high digit from 7, 8, 9. And then we have arrows, where the digit in the circle is the sum of the digits along the arrow. And then we have some consecutive digits given by the white dot. So I guess we'll start here with the fact that I need to get at least 6 if I add 3 digits. But this entropic line actually tells me that I can't actually get 6, because if I make these 1, 2, 3, I can't put a 1, 2, 3 in these cells, which I need to. So this is not a 6. So this is, and we'll use orange to mark high. And now here's a slight trick. Every arrow that's 3 cells that see each other needs to have 2 of 1, 2, 3 in it. And the third one has to be in one of these 2 cells, because it has to be in one of these 3 cells, but it also has to be in one of these 3 cells. Okay, and so therefore one of these is blue, so these aren't. So I'll mark these, as yellow-orange, yellow being middle, orange being high. And this in particular is not blue. This is also yellow-orange, because we've exhausted all the Yep, I think that was clear. Okay, these are also just sort of continuing around. These are also, because of these sort of marching around the grid, those are also not blue. Oh, actually, I could do the same thing running up this column. It's symmetrical, and I didn't notice. This is going to be a 7, 8, 9. We're going to have 2, 1, 2, 3s here, 1, 1, 2, 3 here, and we're going to end up with a yellow-orange here. This digit's certainly going to be yellow or orange. I think it's going to have a very hard time being yellow. Yeah, this digit can't be yellow, because if this digit was yellow, that is, if it's middle, then these 2 can't be high, because you can't have a high digit plus something equals a middle digit. So if this was middle, these 2 would both also be middle, but then there's also a middle in one of these 3 from the entropic line, and that doesn't work. So this is always high up here. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. Okay, can I start making similar arguments over around here? Okay, well, let's look at this column and let's count lows in this column. One of these is low, one of these is low. Where's the third low in this column? And the answer is not there, because these certainly sum to at least a middle. So that cell is definitely low. It's maybe not the greatest deduction of all time, but what can you do? Yeah, so DWeb is encouraging us to try similar math here. So what's the minimum sum of these 4 digits? It can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. It would have to be 1, 2, 4, 5 is the minimum sum of these digits, because I need a 1, 2, 3 in here. Now, unfortunately, that works perfectly with this being a 6. Oh, no, that doesn't work with this being a 6. Sorry. This being a 6 would still use all the middles. So it's not the same math, but you're right. It does break. If I try and do this exactly, this is the only way I can make this a 6. And that is it. I guess here's a more elegant way to do it than that. The more elegant way is to say I have to put three highs in this box. I can put at most one of them there. In fact, I put exactly one of them there. I can put at most one of them there. That means one of these digits is high just by highs in the box. And if one of these digits is high, that one's definitely high. That is a better way to say it than my 1, 2, 4, 5 math. Uh, is that true, MacD? It doesn't sound to me like that's true. It feels to me like one of these could be high. Unless what you mean is they can't both be high, in which case, yes, I agree they can't both be high. But I think one of them can get away with being high. We did do, funnily enough, S. Vegeta Hardy arrow entropy puzzle the other day, which is not the same as this entropy arrow puzzle. Uh, okay, I know there's a. Oh, I no, I do know there's a middle one here. This is two lows and a middle. Uh, so if this is middle, then that's high. Uh, oh, do these both have to be low? These probably both have to be low, right? No, annoyingly, you can do like middle plus middle is high. Does that break the world? I don't think it breaks the world if I do middle plus middle is high here. As long as I make this like high plus low. Uh, yeah, these two are the same color, I agree. And it's the same color as that one and that one. These are all the same color. Uh, oh, okay, yeah. The Garian's point actually sort of clarifies this. If these are middling, then if I mirror the logic I was giving only in row 2 into column 2, it actually tells me that both of these are high, which then exhausts the highs for the box. There we go. So these are not medium. They are high. There we go. Thank you, Garian. And so therefore now I've got my 3 highs in this row. So these are not high and in this column. And these are, of course, not high. Okay, so now if I look at this row, all of these cells are not high because all of these cells are not high because I've got 2 highs here and 1 high in this 3. So therefore, this is low or middling. I suspect that this can't be low, but I'm not sure I can prove it right away. Yeah, these certainly, so these now certainly have to be low because now I know one of these two is middling. And I certainly can't put a high here, but that's my 3 middling digits. So these are both low. And now this is 1 yellow and 1 blue, so that's an orange, is what some people in chat are saying, which is well worth doing. This digit's also not high. So this digit has to be medium. That's the one I should actually look at. This digit has to be medium. It can't be low even because it's a minimum of 1 plus 2 plus 1. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. It probably has a repeated digit. That certainly makes this digit low because if you look at these two digits, they sum to at least 3. So if I'm going to get to at most 6, this digit's definitely low. So we can sort of start to fill in some more of our little fabric here. That's a good point. This digit can't actually be 9 because the only way to write 9 as a medium plus a low is 6 plus 3. That's a very good point. Yeah, this is low by exactly the same process. These two sum to at least 3, so therefore this is at most 3. Thank you. these two are opposite colors, right? Yeah, these two are opposite colors. So one of these is low, which means that this is middling, which is going to get us a ton of digits. Because if I sort of continue around here, uh, this digit, its color goes there and there. So one of these is blue, and it's the last blue for the column. So therefore, that is yellow, and these are each orange or blue. Sorry, orange or yellow. Uh, and therefore, this is a 4, a 1, a 1, and a 6. We'll let Zach do a 1 dance because we put in 2 ones at once. Boop boop ba doop. Woo! Ba doop ba doop. Wah! Boop boop ba doop. Wee! Ba doop boo doop ba doop boo doop boo doop boo boo doop boo. Wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so now I need a 5 on this arrow, because if I don't put a 5 on this... Oh, no, that's not necessarily true. Sorry. Never mind. I recant. I know at least one of those is low. Let's see. No ones in there. So there's a 1 over there. Oh, this digit, because that digit's not low, this digit certainly isn't low either. So it's middling or high. Now, unfortunately, I could do middle plus middle is high, and it would work out okay. This assuredly can't be 2, 3. This white dot, because if this white dot is 2, 3, I make this arrow a minimum of 11 just from those two cells. And notice the 1 and the 4 in this box mean that if this has any lows on it at all, it's 2, 3. So in fact, these are at least 5. So these are in fact definitely yellow-orange. Right. If this digit was 7, Garion points out, we know this arrow is 1, 2, 4, because that's the only way to make 7. And there's a 1 and a 4 here, so that doesn't work. So it could be 8, 1, 2, 5, or 9 a couple ways, I think. Okay. This is very clever so far. I like it. Part of me wants to like make up fake colors to fill in around here, but I don't know. That way, making up fake colors would have made it easier to explain that step over there. Oh, that's a great question, D-Web. So D-Web's question is, can you make a length 3 arrow without 1 or 4? And the answer is no, because it would sum to a minimum of 2, 3, 5. And so therefore this has to be 1 or 4. I mean, I knew it was yellow or blue just from virtue of the fact that it was on an arrow. You can't put an orange digit on a 3-cell arrow. But in fact, it has to be 1 or 4, which is a cute deduction. And if this is 4, then those are 2, 3. Which would make one of these a 1. Okay, so there can't be a 9 on this either. So these are only from 5, 6, 7, 8, actually. Oh, there can't be an 8 either, because if there was an 8, now it would be 7, 8, and it would break that. So actually, funnily enough, these are from 5, 6, 7, and definitely contain a 6. And so now this is not a 9, 1, 2, 6 arrow anymore. So it's either a 9, 2, 3, 4 or a 9, 1, 3, 5. I don't think I know which one it is, but I do know that there's a 3 on here because the only 9 arrow that doesn't have a 3 uh, is 126. And it's not that because we've definitely got a 6 up here. Oh, right. Sorry. I don't know that this sums to 9. It could be 8 with 125. Good catch. Thank you. Thank you. You saved me. Uh, uh, Now, notably, if this is 5, 6, that's all the mediums in the box. So that would have to be a 4 with these being 2, 3. Uh, which I don't know if it breaks, but it feels weird. Uh, Might as well fill in this digit that I know is low as a 2 or a 3. Because it's not a 1 anymore. Yeah, I know one of these is a 2 or a 3. I know one of those is 2 or a 3. Uh, do I know anything that, like, these can't be for some reason? I don't think I do yet. Like, I think it's okay if these two are low, as far as I can tell. Uh, let's see. Okay, so do I know that this has to be orange? I don't think so. I think Chad sees something I don't see involving, like, these two cells' colors. It looks to me like there's still a little bit of flexibility running around. This digit can't be a 7 anymore. Oh, no, it can. It can be 725. Darn it. Uh, this can't be 4 anymore. Because of the two ones. So this is certainly 5, 7, 8, or 9. So the only medium digit this can be is if it's exactly 5 with a... Oh, no, it can't be. Sorry, it can't be 5 with a 2, 3 because that can't be low. Sorry. Okay, so actually now I do know that this can't be low. This is high. Because we've made this minimum now actually 5 plus 2 is 7, which happens to be in the orange territory. So this is always high. Yeah, unfortunately, this could still be double yellow if it's 4 plus 5 with a 9. Uh, oh, Ximena is encouraging me to look at this arrow. So either this arrow is a 7 or it's an 8. And if it's an 8, what is it? Uh, and so so let's see. So Ximena's point. I'm trying to understand exactly. It's because there's a 1 or a 4 on it. Right. Okay, so see, I see. So Ximena's point is this digit, whatever it is in one of these two cells. And so if it's a 1, uh, it would go there. In which case, then this arrow always has a 7 on it because it'll be 1 with a 7 adding to 8, or 1 with a 6 adding to 7. That'll always make one of these two 7. Sorry, it'll always make that 7 even, actually. And if this is a 4, then I can't possibly make the arrow add to 8 because you can't do that. So, in fact, one of these is always a 7, which means, in fact, these are 5, 6, which is quite surprising to me, but seems to be true. Very nice. So none of these are yellow anymore, and that's orange. And now these are 2, 3. And now that is 4. And now I can decondiment. And so now there's a 4 up here, and it's got to go there because of coloring. This isn't yellow anymore because we've got all the yellows in this column. And now that's a 3, which makes that a 7, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 5. Okay, so that's the 7 for this box just by Sudoku. So that's not a 7. Okay, so now this can't be yellow, yellow anymore. So now this can't be yellow because now this is a minimum of 5. And so this is a maximum of 4, except it can't be 4, so it's a maximum of 3. So this is blue, like I have wanted it to be for some time. And this is 2 or 3 by virtue of that. If this is high, it now breaks, because if this is high, now we do high plus 2, except the high can't be 7 anymore. So it would be high, at least 8 plus 2, which is too big. So this isn't high, it's medium. So this is a 5 or a 6. 5 or a 6 plus a 2 or a 3 is an 8 or a 9. That all sounds good. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I know exactly what's going on with that yet. I can say, actually, that I know these 3 digits in box 5 are one of each, and so I know that these are yellow or orange because we've already got our 1 blue here, which means that this digit's always yellow or orange because it's bigger than that digit. And this digit can't be orange because you can never do orange plus yellow. And so this is yellow or blue, just to continue my marking of things. Okay, so people would like me to note that this is the other 8, 9, and that's the 7. And these are a 1, 6 pair, just to mark up this. This is a 1 or 2. Let's see, this is an 8, 9. People would like me to place 1 here, I suppose, if we have to. Okay, so that's a 1, and so we can continue the bluing around here. Let's see, so those will be yellow. So let's see, so that'll be 6, which will make that 5, which will now make that be 3 and 8. Because we have to make it something. This can't be yellow anymore because we've got all the yellows in the box. So these are an 8, 9 pair. Let's see. This is 4 or 5. That's just a 6, just for the record. So now this arrow can't be 7 anymore, by the way, because it can't have a 4 on it. And so therefore that's the 7 for the row. This arrow has a 5 on it, so it definitely has a 1 on it for what it's worth. That just is a 2, actually, because we've got the 1 and the 3, so that's a 2. And now that resolves the arrow, because now this is a minimum 1, 3, 5, so it's exactly 1, 3, 5, because that's 9. Giving us all of that, which has made this 9. Oh, I could have done 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 9 before, possibly. That might have been beyond my ability at the time. Let's see. Okay, one of these is a 9. Oh, that's a 3 I can fill in while we're doing our Sudoku. I swear I even said it was a 9, 2, 3, 4 arrow and then just didn't fill it in. The 2 is placed over in this row because the 2s look over, and I certainly can't put a 2 here with a 1, 3 over there, so that's just a 2. Now this can't be low, because if it was, this would be 1, 2, 3, and this would be minimum 4, 5, make something to 9, but it can't be 9 anymore. So now this is low. Or sorry, now this is medium, which is not low. I also could have done that just by using this entropic line in the row, I suppose. Might have been an equally good way to do it, or perhaps one might argue an even better way to do it. Let's see. These 2 aren't blue anymore because we've got 2 blues in the row. So these are yellow or orange, and I'll propagate that to these being yellow or orange. Let's see. There's a 3 up here somewhere. This is a 7, points out Liz, because I've got all my highs in this row. That means that there's an 8 in this column, and it's actually pretty restricted, but I don't think it's quite placed. Let's see. There's an 8 in one of these 2 cells for what it's worth. And the 8 in one of these 2 cells, just by Sudoku, tells me that this cell's not high, because one of these 2's already high. So this is yellow or blue, making that yellow or blue, that yellow or blue, that yellow or blue. Let's see. Yeah, Zemena's point really, that was amazing. The 1 or 4 there going there, that just really cleaned house. Okay, so... it's being pointed out that the 3 in this row can't go on the arrow because it would need a 4. So this is, in fact, a 3. And this is a 2, 5. One of these 2 is a 2, which is, I guess, maybe not that exciting. One of these 2 is a 3, which is maybe not that exciting. In fact, actually, that's a 3 just by Sudoku, because I've got to place the 3 up there. Somewhere. Okay, none of these are blue anymore. This digit, what is it? It can be a 1. No, it can't be a 1. Sorry, it can't be a 2. A 1 would make this low, so it's got to be at least a 3, and it can be a 3 or a 4. 5 is too big because it would make this not yellow. And so this is a 5 or a 6, just for the record. So this is yellow or blue. Okay, so... yeah, I guess there's a few options for that. We won't bother. Very good spot. If this is 2, 4, 6, Todd points out it breaks this. Put a different way, actually, that 3, 4 cell there tells me that this sum is not 3, 4, and it's not 2, 5. So this sum is 1, 6. Take your pick as to which of those you like better. So that actually gives me the 1, 6, which gives me the 5, which gives me the 3 there. Yeah, I like the 3, 4 looking down, but other people seem to like the 2, 4, 6 ruins all the evens for this. Either way. Let's see, that's a 5 and a 4, or we can just spray some colors around. Everyone likes spraying colors around. Okay, I'm being informed that I can fill in the 8 and the 4 in this column. I can, so that's the 4 and the 8. Like that. Let's see. This is certainly 1 or 2, whatever it is. I don't actually know what it is yet. Let's see. So I can count to figure out what this is, right? because this is one of each color. Yeah, this is an orange because if I look at this, this is one of each color and one orange in there in total. So I've got one remaining orange and it's a 9, which means these aren't orange because we've got all the oranges in the row, which means that this is orange and that's orange by power of having to put oranges in the box. So that's a 9 and a 7, which has made that an 8. Okay, and this orange means that these are also orange. Means that that's also orange. So that's the 8. That's the 9. This is certainly yellow, blue of some sort. Okay, I need to put 2 more oranges in this column after this piece up here. So 2 of these are orange. If this isn't orange, neither of those is orange, so that doesn't work. So this has to be orange, because this is definitely not orange, right? I didn't mark it, but these are all yellow, blue. So this at least needs to be orange. Oh, and apparently it's a naked 8 once I realize it has to be orange. Okay. Do need a 9. So this digit's naked, not orange, because it sees 7, 8, and 9. So this is a yellow or a blue. One of these up here is a 9, I guess, is what I'm basically saying. Let's see. Oh, this also sees all of blue, right? The row has all the blues. I saw it first when someone said it in a really complicated way, but yeah, this sees all the blues. In fact, that makes this a 6-7 pair because it's got an orange and a yellow on it. So this is a 6-7 pair, which makes these a 4-5 as the yellows that are over here, which makes this a 1 up here. Now, if I look at the row, this 8 arrow actually is not 3, 5, or 2, 6, Garion points out. So it's actually 1, 7. And that's the one that's the 7 because this one can't be high. So that's a 1. And we can fill in our coloring, making that a 2. Meaning one of these is a 1, and it's not that one because that one sees 1, 2, and 3. So that one's the one that's the 1, and I can propagate this coloring, so that's not yellow. That is yellow. That's not yellow. That is yellow. That's not yellow. That's not blue. It is yellow. This is now the last cell in the box that doesn't have a color, and it's not blue. So we can fill in that 2 and that 3 and that 2. We can fill in this 2 here and this 1 over here. The 2 in this box has to go down here by sudoku, so this is the 9 in this box. That means this isn't orange anymore because we've got all the oranges in the row. That is yellow because yellow is the only thing we have left in the row, so that's an orange and it's a 7. Which has sorted out that this is the one that's yellow and this is the one that's orange, 6 and 7. This is the one that's yellow and this is the one that's blue over down here. Like that, which has now sorted out this arrow. So this is yellow and that's blue. That is a 6 by the row, so that's a 4 by the column. This is my 1 for the column. This is my 8 for the box. Let's see. So these are 9 and 6 in some order. That's a 5 because of that 5. So that's a 4 and a 5. So that's a 6 and a 4. So that's a 4. Makes that a 5. That's a 9. So that's the 9 for this box. And that is the 6 for this box. Wonderful puzzle there. I really enjoyed that. That is a good combination of two variants. So two variants plus a splash, I suppose, of these. Sometimes you got to splash Kropke, and I cannot throw stones about splashing Kropke to finish off a puzzle. Alrighty, I'm gonna take a quick stretch, and then we'll be back, and we'll do more puzzles. So see you all in just a moment. Hello, and welcome back. Where next up we seem to have a killer puzzle by Sujoiko. So we need to make the digits in each cage add to 19. And we need to not repeat digits in cages. Okay, I don't know if any of these are forced immediately. Let's see. That one doesn't have that. Let's see. I know what this sum is. It's fairly a lot. What did these four cells sum to, I guess, is the question that I want to start by asking. Because the cages, these cages all, if I put blue and yellow together, it sums to 4 times 19. And 4 times 19 is something. Is 76. That doesn't actually sound that helpful. 76 minus 45 is what? I'll do it eventually. Is 21? No, it's 31. 76 minus 45 is 31. So these cells sum to 31. That is actually fairly restrictive, but it's not quite restrictive enough to get us anything. Because 34 is the maximum they could possibly be. But means like these are at max 17, so these have to be at least 31 minus 17, which is 14. So these are from like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I guess, is what I get. It was a good idea, but it's not the right place to start. As chat points out, the right place to start is over here, which is to notice that these digits sum to 38. And since the whole box sums to 45, it means these sum to 7. And there's only one way to do that, which is 1, 2, 4. And so then we can strike out those of these options which contain 1, 2, and 4. And so one of these is 3, 7, 9, and one of them is 5, 6, 8. And actually, that's going to be kind of interesting when we look across here. I don't think I can take out 7, 9, right? What was the math again? So 31 minus 17. Oh, it was 14. So if I made this 3, 7, 9, I would need to make these 6, 8 exactly, is the upshot of all of this. I do know that 1, 2, and 4 have to go in this row, and I actually conveniently have ruled them out of here. But that doesn't quite get me there, but it's close. Oh yeah, 19 is just small enough that a 5-cell 19 cage needs to have a 1 in it. I'm not sure I see how to immediately place said 1 though. Uh, so these can't be 5, 9. Okay, so let me do this in a ridiculous way. These can't be 5, 9 because if these are 5, 9, they break this. Therefore, there can't be 5s in here at all. And this that then tells me that I have a virtual 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in row 4 because I've got 2 6, 7, 8, 9s in here and 2 6, 7, 8, 9s in here. So the rest of these digits are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. So we can do that. I don't know that it's going to be incredibly useful, I'll be honest with you. These sum to at most 9, so these sum to at least 10 is not incredibly useful. Let's see. But this could be 4, 7, 8. So I don't think it works similarly, unfortunately. Because there is an option if this is 5, 9 where this works. Interestingly, if this isn't a 5, uh, oh, I see. Okay, this is slightly tricksy. Okay, so you're actually not looking at the impact this has on this 19 cage. You're saying if these are 5, 9, then these have to be 8, 9. And so what you're actually saying really is the maximum of these has gone down. The maximum of these is not, in fact, 17. You're saying the maximum of these is 16. Because they can't be 8, 9 anymore. The biggest they can be is 7, 9 if this is a 5, 6, 8 cage. And so, therefore, you are saying that if these are maximum 16, these are minimum 15, so that 5 gets ruled out. And now we realize that we need 2, 6, 7, 8, 9s. That gives us a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple. And therefore, that's not a 1. And now we've got a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in this box somehow. Now, that actually is forced if you look at it, because now these are a 6, 7 pair with a 1, 2, 3. And that seems to be the only way to make this work. I see now that that is true. So these are a 6, 7 with a 1, 2, 3. Those aren't 6, 7. Yeah, 6 plus 7 is 13, plus 1, 2, 3 is 19. Somehow in my brain, I was summing to 21 or something from before. I don't really know. How many 8, 9s do these cages typically have? Looks like they have 1-ish 8, 9. Okay, can I now say what this cage is, given that it doesn't have a 1, 2, or 4? Let's see. So uh, tricky. So people are saying this is the one because if this is a one, this 19 cage doesn't work because it definitely has a one. I agree with that. So we can place this one. I don't see how people saw that before, but I see it now. Let's go ahead and get a Zack dance. Boop-boop-a-doop. Woo! Boop-boop-a-doop. Wah! Boop-doop-a-doop. Wee! Ba-doop, boo-doop, ba-doop, boo-doop, boo-doop, boop, boo-doop, boo. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Also, I have the feeling that I'm doing this completely not the way that was intended at all. Let's see. Okay, so if this is a 2, it actually does a lot of damage over here. Okay, well, this definitely doesn't have a 1 in it, but it was never going to have a 1 in it. There's a 1 in here, down here somewhere. I guess this is also big. I also now have a virtual 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple here. And so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so that now actually means this cage has 3 digits from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's a maximum of 12, which actually means that this is a 7, 8, 9, always. Okay. Right. I know there's an 8 or a 9 in here. And ergo, that digit is always an 8, 9 per my 8, 9 pair, Liz points out. And likewise, same deal over here. There's always an 8, 9 over here. Because of that. That is true. Or I guess I could have just filled in the quintuple and complemented it. You're a very nice quintuple. I'm impressed. Okay, this certainly has a 7, 8, 9. So that's close to alternatively getting a quadruple in this column, but not quite. How many? I can bury up to 2, 6, 7, 8, 9s in this cage. Okay, so that's not incredibly helpful. I know I've got 2 in here. Todd is doing math to note that I know that these sum to 38 in total. And since these sum to 17, that means these sum to 21. So if anyone knows any fun facts about sums to 21 in 4 that don't involve an 8 or a 9, I'm all ears. What is 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4? 7 plus 6 is 13. So that's 22, right? So this has to be 7653. If I did that right, yeah, that's right. So this has to be 7653. It's the only option. And so that's because it's 1 less than the maximum. So these aren't 3, 5. Oh yeah, the DWeb did it the classy way, which is to say these 3 cells had to sum to 7, so they had to be 1, 2, 4. Go DWeb. Okay, so that's a 1, 2, or 4. Okay, so yeah, these are okay. There's no 2 in here. There's no 4 in here. So this is the same sort of. So I can actually color that like these digits are the same as those for what it's worth, if I want. I don't know that that's incredibly worth doing, but it is true. Uh, I can say that this is definitely not a 2-3-14 cage, uh, with some certainty. Uh, Very good. So, Chad has noticed that this digit is a 124 and it goes down there, and therefore it goes up here and can only go there. So this is in fact not a 3 or 5. And these two are the same ketchup flavor. Uh, I can probably do something weird with nines if I'm willing to press on these a little bit more, but I don't know that I want to keep pressing on those too much harder. Uh, I know that the second biggest digit in this is at most 5. So I can examine. So in fact, this cage definitely has a 5 in it. One of these two digits has to be 5. I can actually do. Because if neither of them is 5, this digit sums, or this box sums to too little, because 432 is only 9, plus 9 isn't enough. So one of these two digits is a 5, which in fact tells me that digit's not a 5, for what it is worth. Uh, Dorlier says one of these is a 3-5, and then asks where that 3-5 goes in row 6, and it has to go here, of course, because there's nowhere else it could be. That is a fair point. So that's only a 3 or a 5. Uh, it's the 3-5 that goes with this flavor of 19 cage, which is that flavor of 19 cage. Oh, have we just Oh, not quite, but we know that one of these two is a 1. I guess that's not too exciting now. Uh, if this is a 1, it would have to go with 4-5-9. Is there a reason that doesn't work? Uh, Not immediately in my mind, but it's possible that there is if I squint enough. One of these two is a 1-2-4. Uh, okay, so maybe I should look at this digit. The minimum that these sum to is 5 plus 8 is 13. So this digit's a maximum of 6, and it can't be a 1. So check out that. Yeah, this cage definitely has a 1 in it somewhere. I guess I know there's a 1 in here somewhere. Because I can't put a 1 in a 3-cell cage for what it's worth. Uh, this digit's at most 6 for what it's worth. Uh, in fact, it can't even be 6, because if this were 6, then the minimum would be 6, 7, 8. So this is actually at most 5, because these two are both big. Uh, Okay, yeah. So what Garion is saying is actually this: there's one 6, 7, 8, 9 in here because there's always two 6, 7, 8, 9s in these cages, and therefore there's two of them left over in here because this couldn't be a 6, 7, 8, 9, and so Garion is telling us this cage isn't that. Uh, all the others have two 6, 7, 8, 9s at least. Now, I don't think there can be a 9 in this cage. Because if there's not a 9, if there is a 9 in this cage. Wait, sorry. Do I mean there's not a 9? Sorry, what happens? Uh, I think I want there to be 9s around here. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, that's totally fine earlier. Yes. Something that's a 6x6 in spirit, 7x7 Philomena is totally fine. Okay, so, okay. Garion's actually talking about here, where there's two 6, 7, 8, 9s here, and so this is not a 6. And this isn't a 6 either, so this is from 2, 3, 4, 5. Agree. Yeah, there's got to be at least one 9 in yellow, but I don't think I know that there's two 9s in yellow. Oh, is this now? Yeah, now, okay, yes. Now this cage has to be 3, 4, 5 with a 9, D-Web points out, because that's the maximum it can be, and that is 19. So 3, 4, 5 with a 9 makes that an 8. Agree with that. Wait, no, that's 21. I don't know why my brain keeps thinking this puzzle has a 21 sum. But sadly, that is not correct. My brain keeps going to 21 for some reason that I don't understand. Okay, so there's no 6. And there's no 1. So funnily enough, what we know is there's definitely a 5. Sure. This can't have a 2 in it, if that's this is a horrendous deduction. But if this had a 2 in it, it would be 2, 8, 9. And then these would be 13, and 13's not enough. I don't even know that I really want to corner mark 2 in these 3 spaces, though. That feels a little bit sickening. It definitely has both a 2 and a 5. Oh, wait, can it be 3, 4, 5, 7? Oh, no, it can't be 3, 4, 5, 7 because it doesn't have a 7 either. So it has a 2 and a 5. Which means this cell can't be a 2 or a 5. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, this 3, 5 we know goes up there. So when I'm looking at my high-low coloring those, or am I high-low coloring, or am I coloring these 2 flavors of 19 cage and asking myself if this can really be one of them? Or is it like a third flavor of 3-cell 19 cage? Those are the sorts of things that my brain is sort of naturally inclined to think of. Because I know that these two are the same. So let's mark the two that we know are the same. Oh, congratulations, Dorlier. And I know that this is, of course, a different thing, so let's make it orange. Now, we know that these two digits are orange, for what it's worth. These are the orange high digits. So what DWeb is pointing out is that these add to 31, so they can't both be orange, because if they were both orange, they would add to an even number. And they can't both be purple, because then they would add to 30, which is also an even number, and it's a different number from 31. So therefore, this is one orange and one purple. And therefore, this is a third kind of cage that's not either of the other ones that were sort of interest so far. So these two we know are the 379 and the 568. This isn't either of those. This is one of the other kinds. So this one has either a 2 or a 4 in it, is what's going on. And it's not 289, right? Because remember, these two need to sum to a minimum of 15. So if this were 289, then these would be a 6-7 pair. That's too small. So it's not 289, which is what we also observed about that one, although I didn't actually mark it apparently. So there's definitely a 4 in this cage, which feels absurd. And so that digit's not a 4. I'm really curious what the intended solve path was for this, because I'm very confident that we have veered very far off of the intended solve path of this. I guess maybe I should be asking about this 19 cage, which can't have both a 2 and a 3 in it. So it's not any of those. So this cage also definitely has a 4 in it, and a 5, for what it's worth. I feel like that's maybe more productive than this thing we're doing. Actually, no, this is useful, because I know these two sum to 15. Right, okay, no, this is actually useful. These two sum to 15 exactly, because we know it's 4 plus 3 digits sum to 15. So these sum to 16, so they're 7, 9. And if those are 7, 9, then we know that this isn't that one. This is the 5, 6, 8 version. And so that is 9 and 3, 7. And so that is 8 and 5, 6. And so these are either 8 and 7 or 6 and 9. I just don't know which one yet. I wonder if this was intended to be done with some sort of set or something that was going to make this like something like this pop out. Because it sort of feels vaguely like you're supposed to look at something like this sort of nonsense, but maybe not quite. Do I know it's 7, 8 and not 6, 9? Okay, these aren't 5 anymore. Did we say there had to be a 5 in here? We did say there had to be a 5 in here. Because otherwise this doesn't sum to enough. So if this is 2, 3, 4, that's not a big enough. So that is 5. I should fill the right digit in. Okay, so no 5 there. That digit's not a 4. So that actually, there is actually a 4 in one of these two cells, just by sudoku. So this has a 4 and a 5. And if I look for ones that have a 4 and a 5, apparently it's only 2, 8, 4, 5. Yeah, because I don't have any 1s. So we have done this, apparently, which is very weird. So anyway, so that's a 1. I know that felt very... I feel like I have just been doing this puzzle in the very wrong way because I have used lots of dumb killer calculator facts, whereas I suspect strongly that that was not the intended way to approach this puzzle. But I really thought this was the intention when I looked at the puzzle, and so I started there, and it gave me just enough oomph to keep doing stupid killer calculator facts, which is a disservice to the setter for sure. Okay, so these sum to 6, so these two sum to 13, so they need to be 4 and 9. So that's a 7, and that's a 9, that's a 2, and that's a 3, that's a 4. Or a 7. Okay, so this is a 9 plus two numbers that sum to 10, of course. This is a 7 plus two numbers that sum to 12. Well, it's definitely not a 6. So this is an 8 or a 9, except the only way that this can sum to 12 is actually if that's a 9 and a 3. And now we needed these to sum to 15, so that's a 6 now. And now I think I can get rid of most of this coloring. I can see again, it's amazing. Okay, so these two need to sum to 13, but they're not 6, 7, or 4, 9. So their 5, 8 is the only available method of doing that. Okay, this, it's not that one. So this is 3, 7, or 4, 6 are my two ways, but I don't know which one. Okay. Oh, it's not 3, 7 because there's a 3 there. Okay, yeah. So this is not 2, 8, 3, 7, or 1, 9. So it's therefore 4, 6. Okay. Yes, agree. Yeah, 4, 6 is the only two cell sum to 10 that's available once I take into account the fact that that 3 is staring me in the face. Okay, so this doesn't have a 9 in it, and it doesn't have a 6 in it. So this is 4, 7, 8 is the only way that this works out. And the 8 is there, even just by sudoku, I think. And those 4, 7 make that a 2 and a 3. Make that a 6 and a 5. Let's see. These are whatever's left in the column. 4, 7, 8, it looks like. These are a pair at the bottom of the column of 1 and 2, I want to say. That can't be the 1 because the cage needs to have a 1. So that's the 1 and that's the 2. But now this is a 19 cage that doesn't have a 2, which means that these are 3, 4, 5, 6 exactly. Those aren't 3. Those aren't 5. That's a 4, 5, 6 triple. So these numbers are 1, not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, of which that is a naked 7, making that a 1, making that an 8, making that the 7 for the box. So let's see, that's not a 7, that's not an 8. Let's see. These are the remaining digits, one of which is a 2 and goes there, the other of which is the other one and goes there. These over here are a 4 and a 5, it looks like. Let's see. That 4, 6 looks over and makes that a 7 and a 4. which gives me all of that. This is a triple. This triple is going to be very helpful. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so those sum to 11. So I need these two to sum to 8. So it'd better be 5 and 3, not 4 and 4. So we've got that. These two are a pair, which consists of 6 and 7 in some undisclosed order. Let's see. I do know there's a 3 down here somewhere. I know there's a 9 in one of those two cells. Let's see. Could one of these be an 8? No. You cannot put a number as high as 8 in this cage because it doesn't have both 2 and 3 in it. So therefore the 8 in row 7 is placed there. Okay, and therefore these are the remaining 4, 5, 6 of the world. One of these two specifically is the 1. Yeah, blink and suddenly the whole grid is filled in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9 down here. And these are 2, a 3, and a 6. For whatever that is worth. I do know one of these two is a 9. There's always a 4 in this cage, so therefore one of these two is a 4 is being pointed out. There's always a 5, but I don't think I know anything about that. As well as a 6 or a 7. The 8 is placed, because we said you can't fit an 8 in it. And so the 8 in box 9 is placed there. We get that. That gives me a 1, 2 pair and a 5, 6 pair in the column, which gives me a 7 and a 6. And now I have 1 digit left in this column, which seems to be a 9. The 5 and the 9 over there. Let's see. 19 plus 17 is something. 19 plus 17 is 29 plus 7 is 36. So I need these two to add to 9. So this is either a 2, 7, which it can't be, or it's a 3, 6, which it can be. And so I think that is going to do this, provided that I did the math correctly. 4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 4. 4, 6. Let's see. This isn't an 8, so that is an 8. And we've painted... Oh, sorry. We should probably fill in this digit first. It's probably a 2, because otherwise I don't think the puzzle resolves. 2, 1, 2. So that's a 1. And that is a something. It's a 6. So I'll hit the wrong button. No, it's not a 6. 7? There we go. I generally am not a fan of extended math on Sudokus, although I have a feeling that we were supposed to use... Garion said you could show from the beginning that these 3 digits added to 6. It's very possible that would have gotten us somewhere. I think we just sort of like ended up in the situation where my original instinct, which was wrong about it being about the overhang of these 4 digits, was just enough to like keep going through the puzzle. So I think we ended up on like completely the wrong path. So then it ended up being way messier than it was intended. So apologies to the setter. I will attempt to do better justice to the next Joiko puzzle that I do. I'll try not to do random arithmetic. Uh, Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in just a moment. Hello and welcome back. Oh, I hit the wrong button again. The button for Sudoku pad has moved. Let us do this full deck and missing a few cards Renbon Killer puzzle, which involves a nice sort of synthesis of the various things we have done today. So we have killers where we have the sum, and then we have our sequences of consecutive digits, and we've even been graced with a couple cages that can only be filled one way. And yes, as Laura says, do please like the stream. We greatly appreciate it. So that's a 1, 2, and a 7, 9, and a 1, 2, 4. Okay, so there's definitely not a 1 on this Renbon, and there's definitely not a 1 on this Renbon. And I know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's helpful. So if I make this digit a 1, I make these digits in the bottom row a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sextuple, which is too many digits. So that can't be a 1, which then means that can't be a 4. Like that. Now, there definitely does have to be a 4 on this Renbon. Garion has a good spot, which is that 9 in row 9 now goes over here. So I know that this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's definitely a 4 on the Renbon. It's definitely over here. That's what I was eyeballing, D-Web. I'm not sure it does a whole lot other than tell me that this isn't 4, 9 out of the gate. Okay, this digit certainly also is a something, something, something. Uh, yeah, I know this is okay. This is 3 or 4, so that's 1 or 2. How about that? That seems like a good place to start. Uh, okay, so these are certainly from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at most. Uh, okay. Oh yeah, I guess these are. I hadn't even noticed these were 5 length. These are also 5 length, so they also need a 5. Uh, so yeah, there's 8 Renbons. So 8 of the 9 total 5s are on Renbons. And so, because every length 5 Renbon needs a 5. And so the only 5 that's not on a Renbon is the one that's in row 5. But also the only 5 that's not on a Renbon is the one that's in column 5. But therefore those two fives are the same. So therefore this digit is a 5. And we can do that. Boop boop ba doop. Ooh. Boop boop ba doop. Wah. Boop boop ba doop. Wee. Ba doop ba doop ba doop ba doop ba doop ba doop ba. Wah. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So in particular, as all other 5s in the entire puzzle are on Renbon, the 5 in box 8 is on a Renbon, so it's in one of those 2 cells. So therefore, that digit is not a 5. Uh, but in particular, that tells me that the 5 in this box is down here. So that tells me that none of those are 5, because I've ruled it out of those 2. And so therefore, that digit is a 5, which makes that digit a 6, which then puts a 6 down here. Now, there is a 789 on this Renbon, for whatever that is worth. Let's see. I can rule out the 5, 6 from being up there. So one of these 2 is a 5, and so let's sort of continue the bouncing of the 5s. That means one of these 2 is a 5, which means that's not a 5. There's a fancy SETI way to rule 5 out of the corners, but in this case, we got away without me having to explain it. Also, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, so this is the other 7, 8, 9. Yeah, there's definitely a 7. And 2 would only get me up to 6, right? 2 is not big enough, so this isn't a 2. So that's not a 3. So this is a 1 or a 2. Yep, agree. 5 in box 8. 5 is corner marked in box 8. Yeah, right. In box 2, that 5 looks across, and so it tells me one of these 2 is a 5, which tells me that's not a 5, which tells me that is a 5, which tells me that's an 8. Uh, uh, okay, and so now one of these 2 digits is a 5, for similar reasons, which tells me that's a 5. One of these 2 digits is a 5, which tells me that's the 5. We basically get to bounce around the grid doing that, which is very fun. This 3, 4 definitely shows up on this Renbon, so this digit is a 3 or a 4. Because this this Renbon definitely has 2, 3, 4 on it. So, for what it's worth, we can condiment. This Renbon definitely has a 6. That's the point. And the 6 looks across this way. Because remember, there's a 7, 8, 9 on this Renbon, so it definitely has a 6. Well, the 6 is looking across there, and so the 6 gets placed there, which makes that the 4, which makes that the 1. And so 4, 5, 6, and so we know we've got a 3, and we also have a 7, just to finish this out. So that makes that a 7. Yep, we got the 4 there. There's a 6 up here somewhere. That has ceased to be a 7, giving me an 8, 9 pair. We have a bizarre collection of digits left in this column to place. Okay. This Renbon definitely doesn't have a 1 in it, for what it's worth. Okay, I do know that these digits are from 2, 3, 4, 5. And that one's not 4 or 5, so it's from 2 or 3. That one's not a 1, I know, because that one's already a 1. That one's not a 1 either, actually, because this Renbon can't reach down to 1. It would be too long, so therefore that's the 1. Oh, that 3, 7 tells me that that's a 2, by the way, which actually tells me that that's a 4 and a 2. Which tells me that this is not 2 or 4, and that's not 2 or 4. So we've got a 3, 5 pair. And the 1, 2 there. Okay, and these are 8, 9, and 1. I'm just going to fill in for sanity. There are lots of things this digit can't be, but I don't know if I want to write in all of them or not. I do know that these are just 6, 7, 8, 9, so I might as well fill that in. 2 is just placed in box 7. Jim points out. Yeah, these are 1, 3, 4. And actually, that's the 4, Garion points out. So there's a 1 or a 3 on this Renbon, which means there's definitely a 4 on it, and that 4 can only go there, which actually then tells me that circle is a 3, which gives me the 1 and the 3 over there. Which tells me that this has got to be the 5. So that's the 3, and that's the 5. So that's the 5, and that's the 5, bouncing around there. And now we've got all the 5s in the grid. This is an 8 or a 9 by the row. Okay, there's got to be a 4 on here somewhere. So I'm just going to mark that because we've got a 3 and a 5. So we've got 3, 4, 5. The highest I can get is 7 after I start 3, 4, 5. So this is certainly a 6 or a 7. And I do get up to 7 because there's no 2 on this Renbon. I just see it by sudoku. So this has got to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is what this is. Therefore, this digit is not 1, 2. I think it could be 3, but it can't be 4. It can't be 5. It can't be 6 or 7 because this sees the 4, 6, 7 triple. And then it could be 8 or 9 for what it is worth. Let's see. People would like to find the sum of these 2 digits. We can probably find the sum of those 2 digits because these digits sum to 11, 27, 35. So these 2 digits sum to 10, and the only available way is 4, 6. if you would like. Okay. That feels like that was maybe not the right step, but let's see. We could do this row instead. That's probably the better way to do it. Okay, so those are 10, 16, plus 22 is 38. And so that's a 7, which makes that a 9 and a 7. And now this Renbon definitely needs a 7, and so that 7 is here, and so those are a 4-6 pair, and that's a 7. So that was eventually quite potent. Okay, let's see. So one of these is 2, 9, and the other is the other one. 3, 8. Okay, so the one that is 2, 9 is not the one that has a cell on it that can't be 2 or 9. So that is an 8 and a 3, and that is the 2 and the 9. That's the 9. The 8. Hey, AFK, how are you doing? Let's see. Those are a 6, 9 pair. Let's see. That's not an 8. That's not a 3. Okay, and so we can pair these two off. One of them is a 1. That is a 7. I love this puzzle, by the way. This has been a very nice journey to go on. Let's see. These are a 4, a 6, and the other one, which is an 8, I believe. Let's see. Column 3 has an octuple? No, it doesn't. It's got a pair left, and it's already marked. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. It's not a 7. That one's not a 7 or a 9. So that actually gets me a 6, 8 pair. Now, this column 6 has an octuple now, where that is the 1. Oh, by the way, 3 plus 2 is 5. But fortunately, we didn't need to use that. That was unnecessary. I agree. The circling of the 3s may have resulted in some tragedy. One of these 2 is a 4. And we get one of my favorite Sudoku tricks, which is that one of these 2 cells is a 4, and both of them see that cell. So in other words, if I make this cell a 4, it makes it impossible for me to make either of these digits a 4, which does not work. So therefore, this digit is a 6, which makes that digit a 4. And so this is a 4 or a 9, and it can't be a 9, so it is a 4. Those have become a 6, 8, but there's a 4, 6 looking down at it, which makes that an 8, and that a 9, and that a 6, and that an 8, and that a 9, and a 6, and a 7, and a 9. Was a few digits to get. Okay, let's see. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like that. This row needs a 6, and I see it can only go here, making that a 6, a 9, and an 8 that I put a random place instead of where it goes. This is a 3 or an 8, and it sure is. Let's see. These digits, I see, are a 2, a 3, a 4. Not 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yep, 2, 3, 4, and that's the 3. Which sounds good to me. Those are a 9 and a 6. That's the 2, that's the 4. Okay. There's no 4 on this Renbon, so we actually know exactly what it is now. So this Renbon is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so that's the 7. This is the 6, 8, 9 part. And so we get the 9, the 8, and the 6, giving you the 3, and the 1, and the 8, and the 7, and the 3. Oh, I see D-Web also pointing out the 4 doing work over there. 3, 8. Oops, 1, 4. Oh, and now suddenly we're done because that's a 1 and a 2. That was great. I really liked that one. I mean, it's not hard to sell me on a puzzle with Renbon in it. I'll admit that. I did have to do the math to figure out that these added to 10, we'll claim. But other than that, great puzzle. Alrighty, let me go fish up another puzzle. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Well, that was so much fun. I figured we'd just do it again, where we have the same setter and the same constraints, but a different pattern of the constraints and the setter. This one looks slightly more ominous, but I think they were both rated as being relatively straightforward. Oh, I do see we have some given cages. So, like, this has to be a 1-3. I love full deck and missing a few cards puzzle. Oh, it's a 1-3, and we can even place the 1. So we bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop-ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so that is a 3. These are an 8-9 for sure. Okay, so this is either a 4-6 or the other thing. This is certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9 for what it's worth. This isn't an 8-1 cage, we have learned. This is from 1, 2, 4, 5. I'll go ahead and point out, although I don't see what it does yet, but go ahead and make it just for myself. Yes, 3 by Sudoku lands in here, Garion points out. And yeah, we can actually, I don't know what either of these 10 cages is, but D-Web points out I know what both of them are because they don't have a 1 or a 3. So they're actually 2, 4, 6, 8, which gives us the 9 and the 8 over there. It's not an 8, so that's not a 2. 2 is too far away from 6 to connect with that. So that is not a 2, so that's not an 8. Okay, Liz points out that because there's an 8 on this Renbon, this can be at most 4. Or sorry, this has to be at least 4. I agree with that. Let's see. This 7 cage is now known because it's not... okay, let me do 2 things. This box, lots of stuff is going on. This can't be a 6 because that's a 3-6, was pointed out. So that can't be a 4. But now actually we know what the 7 cage is as well, because it's not 1-6 or 3-4. It's 2-5, which actually gives me the 4 and the 6 and the 2 and the 8 over here. It makes these be 6-9. It's not a 2, so that's not a 4. Can I do this 11 cage now? It's not 1-10, 2-9, 3-8, or 5-6. So yeah, this is 4-7 is what this is now. Okay, so these are, just for the record, a 2, which definitely goes there, and a 5, which goes there. Now, these digits, if I look at it, one of them is a 7, which seems to go there, and the other of them is a 1, which seems to go there. Let's see. This Renbon's pretty long, so I don't know that that provides an immediate huge amount of restriction on what we can do with our lives. This is a triple, though. Do I want to fill in these triples? I'm not sure that it would behoove me to fill in these triples, but maybe it would behoove me. I don't know. It's hard to know. And this is certainly not 2 5, so this is 1 6 or 3 4 because it looks at that 7 cage. I guess this can just barely possibly get away with being a 9. I typed 9 instead of 6. Where did I type 9 instead of... Oh, I definitely did. Okay, people are interested in this cage. So that's not a 1, so that's not a 6. That's not a 3, so that's not a 4. That's not a 5, so that's not a 2. That's not a 3, so that's not a 4. And people have claimed this isn't a 2 as a relevant factor. Row 8 column 8 is on the Renbon. Oh, you mean sees this whole long Renbon. Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, so this Renbon is length 7. And so therefore the only digits that can be off it are a 1 2 on one end and an 8 9 on the other end. And so therefore this digit is only a 1, is what MechD points out. That, I think, is the point. So that is a 1, which now makes that a 2 and a 5. Although I think people are telling me this couldn't be 2, but maybe I misunderstood what people are saying. So we get that. Okay, one of these two is a 5, and the other is a 3 or a 7. In fact, neither of these is 3, though, so they're just 5, 7, because this one being 3 would require that to be a 6. Okay, so I can certainly fill in that these are 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s here. For what it is worth. 3 and 7. Yeah, we... Be box 7 Renbon. It does definitely have a 6, because this number is at most 6. And in fact, actually, if you write it in even, it might be worth it. This number is only 2 or 4, right? It's not... Oh, sorry, or 5. But anyway, there needs to be a 6 to connect over to this 2, 4, 5. And the point that is being made by chat is that this 2, 4, 5 always mandates that there be a 6 on this Renbon, and I've got a lot of 6s looking at this Renbon. So therefore, that's the 6. So it also needs a 7, which in fact now can only go there because of that 5, 7 pair. So that's a 6, 7, 8. And now it needs a 5, which can only go there now because of that 5, 7 pair, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 5 and a 2. Means that's not a 2 or a 5. And now I know that one of these two is a 2. So this is not a 2, 4 Renbon. This is a... Or sorry, not a 2, 4, 6 cage. It's a 1, 5, 6 cage. And so these aren't 5. I mean, there was already a 5 on there as well. These are a 2, 3, 4 for what it's worth. So this cell sees 2, 3, and 4, as well as 1 and 5 and 6 and 8 and 9. I think this is a naked single 7. Let's see. It sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, this is a naked single 7. Which does put 8 and 9 up here for consideration. Let's see. This row... needs a 1, which goes over here. So this is not a 110 cage either. This is a 3-4, and now that's a 2, making that another 3-4. If we want, we can catch up these for later consideration. This 7 goes with a 2, which it can't be by sudoku. So this is a 5 and a 4, which makes catch up 3. We have successfully catch upped. Okay, what is this digit? It needs to go with 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's either a 9 or a 4, and it's not a 4. So it's a 9, making that a 2. Let's see. We do have a 2, in fact, exactly in that cell just by sudoku. Is that all the 2s? No, there's one more 2, and it's there, and that's all the 2s. That 4 is already on this Renbon, so that can't be a 4. So that's a 7 and a 4 in that order. Let's see. This Renbon definitely needs a 3. And it can't go here by our previous trick, which is that this Renbon is only missing 1, 2, 8, or 9. So this digit can only be 1, 2, 8, or 9. However, if you look at the options, the only option is a 1, because 8 and 9 don't go in a 7 cage. Okay, so these are a 3 and a 5, and we know the order, actually. Oh, and that's a 6, just for fun. Okay, so now there's a 9 here. So now we need an 8 and a 6, which both have to go here. And the other one, which is the 3, which has to go there. Okay. We're making good progress. Okay, this Renbon doesn't have a 1 anymore. So actually, we know what it is. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where that is the 8, that is the 5. These are a 4, 6, but the 6 can't go here because if it did, it would go with a 5 there, and this box says no 5. In fact, if you wanted, you could actually say that these are a 7, 9, because there's no 5 on this Renbon anymore. Whichever way makes you happy. That's a 1. That a 5 and a 1. Do we have all the 1s? Not quite, but we're close. I think that might be the last one. No, it wasn't. Maybe that's the last one. It was. Okay, now we've got all the 1s. Haha. So many 1s. Okay, what is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a 7. Let's see. This is a pair, which includes a 4 as well as an 8. And this is a pair that includes a 5 as well as a 9. Okay, so we've got all the 5s. Let's see, what about all the 3s? Do we have all the 3s lined up? That's going to be a 3. That's going to be a 3. What about all the 4s? Yeah, that's a 4, just by good old-fashioned sudoku. So that's a 4. So that's a 4. And there's all our 4s. Let's see. We've got all the 5s. What about 6s? That's a 6 by sudoku. Let's see. Oh, that was all the 6s. Yes, we have all the 6s. That's a 7. 7. Oh, we did all of them. 8s. That's an 8. That's an 8. That's an 8. That's an 8. And that's a 9. A 9. A 9. And a 9. Very lovely. I enjoyed that. That quite a lot. Very nice. Very nice puzzle there. That was a nice pair of puzzles to do back to back. Alrighty, I'm gonna go to be right back. I'll pick out another puzzle and I'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back. Uh, we have here a Jobo puzzle featuring between lines and German whispers and a single V. So the way between lines work is that if you have a line with two circles on either end, the digit on the line or the digits on the line have to be between the two circles. And if you have a green line, then any pair of digits that are next to each other on the green line have to differ by at least 5. And the way the V works is that these two digits are low and sum to and sum to 5. Okay, so the interesting thing about the way that these are set up is that we alternate along a German whisper between 1, 2, 3, 4 and 6, 7, 8, 9. That is between highs and lows. But these two are the same high lowity. So these have to be either 6, 9 or 1, 4 in order that this line be even possible. So let's just mark that. So these are all the same high lowity, whichever one it is. So these are 6, 9 or 1, 4. And these are the between ones. So these are either 2, 3 or 7, 8. These two are the same digit. In fact. And exactly the same happens along here. Okay, so yeah, so I should have started with this one and done the same thing. If I had, I would know that these were yellow. Ignoring the coloring up here, I'm just going to get rid of that. These are purple, and again, these are between two yellow digits, so they have to be yellow. And now, if yellow is blue, then we have a problem because I've now got 5 blue digits in the box. So in fact, these are orange, and these are blue. And these, therefore, are a 6, 9 pair in order to allow these to be 7, 8. This can't be a 6, 7, or 8, so this digit is definitely a 9. We'll figure this out in a minute. Okay, and these are, well, one of them is a 1 for sure, for whatever that is worth. Okay, so do I know whether these are 1, 4 or what is happening? Or if they could be 6, 9. No, they can't be 6, 9, because if these were 6, 9, then these would be 7, 8, which is a problem because there's already a 7, 8. So these are indeed low. So they are 1, 4, with these being orange and these being a 2, 3 pair. Got it, got it. 2, 3. And now that 1, 4 tells me that my V is not 1 plus 4, it's 2 plus 3, which is eminently reasonable. Now, these two circles are the same high lowity, and because there's only one orange digit, and I guess the point is these are all the same high lowity, and that high lowity must be low, because if you look at row 6, I can't make both of these orange. So these are blue. And so this one's definitely a 1 or a 4. This one's high. This one's certainly a 2 or a 3. And so this one's also a 1 or a 4, funnily enough. Even though this one's not long enough to force them to be 1 4, this one's just 1 4 by sudoku because we've already got a 2 3 pair. Okay, and so one of these is a 4, and therefore that's a 9. Did we skip the 9 dance? We skipped the 9 dance, didn't we? Let's bring out Zach for the 9 dance a little bit belatedly. Ba-boop ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wah! Ba-doop ba-doop. Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay, so these three are all the same. These three are all the same. For what that is worth. That digit is a 9 by sudoku. That digit's not a 4 because it would make that a 9. So that's a 1 and a 4, and that's the 9. Is being pointed out by some rabble rousers in chat. Let's see. If this is high, it's a 7, 8. Oh, right. 1. No. 6 goes with 1. 1 doesn't have to go with 6. This could be a 6. Oh, this can't be a 6, actually. This can only be a 7 or 8 because of that digit. Because if this was a 6, that would have to also be a 1. So, yeah, that's a 7, 8 pair. And so this can only possibly be a 6. If it's anything. That's a 2, 3. If it's, by which I really mean if it's high, this can only be a 6. Would have to be 6, 7, 8 with a 1 there. Let's see. It's very easy to flip-flop the direction in which whispers work. I have done it lots of times. Oh, these two cells aren't blue. Because these two cells see all of 1, 2, 3, and 4 because those two 1, 4s are different. So these are a 5, 6 pair, actually. That's the point. These two cells are a 5, 6 pair. And therefore, that's the other one. I guess the other way to say it is, where does this digit go in row 6, which is what Garian now says. Oops. Same idea. Now, I perhaps was more optimistic that that was going to do something than it was warranted. These are a 1, 4, and a 7, 8. For whatever that is worth. I know one of these digits is a 5. Doesn't feel that useful. And these are 2, 3, 7, 8. Doesn't feel that useful. There we go. There we go. Right. Okay, so Ambrose points out, if these two are both low, so is that one, but now these two are a 1, 4 pair. I was basically about to mark 2, 3, 7, 8 on the center of all three of these lines. When it was this digit, I should have marked 2, 3, 7, 8. Because it can't be 2 or 3, so it is in fact 7, 8, which means those are high, and this is low, and is the other 2, 3 for the row. And so now this is high because again, it would have to be 2, 3, 7, 8. And so those are high, that's high. These are both low. Oh, oops. Right, sorry, this one can be 1. You're right, this one can be 1. This is 7, 8. So these are 4, 9. Sorry, these are 6, 9. Oh, and it has to be 1, actually. Once I realized I have a 7, 8 pair, it has to be 6, 9, and I actually know the order, and I also know that this is a 1. And now that's a 9, and that's a 6, which actually gives me the 5 and the 6. Like that. One of these two is a 9. Uh, uh, but it could well be that that goes 4, 9. So basically, this is either 6, 9, or it's 1, 4 in an undisclosed order. Uh, oh, I see. Uh, oh, no, no, no. Sorry. That's not right. This between line is not long enough for that to be true. It's not the I had sort of internalized that from these earlier ones, but that's not correct. Uh, ah, there is a 6 on a whisper. So that's a 1. That is true. Uh, this could even be a 4 if it wanted to. Uh, which is a little bit irksome. Six in column 3 is in one of these two cells. I see from MECD. And it can't go there because that would be a 1, and there's already a 1 in the column. I see. Okay, and so now these are all the same, and they must be low because there's two highs in the grid. Very good. Okay, so this is a 2, 3. These are from, well, that one's certainly a 1, 4 at least. And it's not a 4 because that would place a 9 there. So that's a 1. Uh, this is a 7, 8. And so this is not a 4 either. So it actually has to go 1, 2, 3. So actually we can go through here. And now 3 is not next to 7. So this is an 8. And that's a 7 and an 8 and an 8 and a 7 and an 8. So that's the 4. This digit is a 5 because it sees every other digit. It sees every high in the column and every low in the box. So that's a 7. Over there. And now that 6, MECD points out, comes over here and makes all of these high, which I guess you could also get out of the fact that these things exist. But in particular, that means that one of these two digits is a 6. So that's always a 1, which sorts out the 4 and the 1 up here. So one of these is a 6. And this is always a 7, 8. I just don't know which one yet. Let's see. Okay, this digit sees every high, so it's low or 5. Maybe I don't care about that. What's left in this column? It's a 4 and a 5. That's annoying. There's a 6 in one of these two cells, and I don't think I have any idea which one. That's the 4 for this box. That's useful. This is a very cute puzzle, by the way. So one of these two down here is a 4. So therefore, neither of these is low. These are... so that's high. because this digit sees every low digit n5. So it's the last high digit in the row. And so these are therefore a 4-5 pair. Ah, right. Placing the 4 in the row, right? 4 is just placed in this row is another way to say this. And that's a 5. Corner marking 1 in box 3. It's being pointed out 1 goes in one of these cells. That's very nice. So therefore, these are all blue. These are orange. That's blue. It's a 2 or a 3. It seems to just be a 3, actually. So that is between 2 and 4, or 1 and 4. That is a 7-8. Of course, so that's not a 4. It's a 1 or a 2. So this is always the 4 is the point, right? One of these two needs to be 4, and it's not that one. So this one is 4, because one of them needs to bound the 3, and so that 4 always goes with a 9. And then it's just a question of what I do with my 1-2 pair, and that doesn't really matter, but I can come over here and green a cell and make this a 4. So yeah, one of these is green. That's the 4 up here just by sudoku because we need one. So that's the 3, which then makes that a 2 and that a 1 and that a 2. That a 3 and a 2 and that a 3. That a 2 and a 3. This is a 7, it would seem. This digit is high because it sees every low and sees 5, and in fact it's a 6. So this is an 8 for the row. Let's see, this column is missing a 3 and a 7, and that's the 3. That's the 7. Okay, so now this digit's a 5 because it sees all the highs and all the lows, which means that these are both low. That one being the 1, that one being the 3. Let's see. This digit is the other 7, 8. So these are 5 and 6. These are 5 and 6 as well. Never expected a reaction video to be this long. Yeah, I've really gone in depth. Let's see. This is an 8 or a 9. This is the other 8, 9, right? Yeah, this is, and so this is in fact just the 9. So that's the 9. That's the 8. That's the 7. So these are 6, 9. That's the 6. That's the 9. Let's see. This is now not green or orange, so this is blue, which makes this orange. It's a 7. One of these is a 5, and the other is a 4, so that one's the one that's the 5, because it's not a 4. There's the 4. Okay, so now that's green, and that's orange. Okay, so let's see. That's not blue, so it's orange. And it's an 8, which looks up and gives me the 7 and the 8. This column is only missing a 5, so it goes there, which gives me my orange and green over here. Okay, this digit is not high because it sees 6, 7, 8, 9, so, and it's not 5, so this is the 2, which means all of these are orange. So of those, that one's the 6, that one's the 8, that one's the 7. Now I need an extra 2 blues in this box. That one is the 3, and that one is the 2. That was gorgeous. That is a really cool puzzle. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Let me see if I can pull up a 6x6 to do for the end here. The answer may be no. Mostly because there's a bunch in here I've done, and I don't remember which ones I've done. So I want to do one I've definitely not done, but that looks like I could do it. I may not be able to do a 6x6. Let's see. Yeah, I think I might have to abandon doing a 6x6 today because I need to get the thing. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, here's my 41st, yeah, 41st birthday party puzzle by Alima. That is a great one. I'm confident that we can probably do this. Okay. So, we've got black dots for doubling. We've got a quadruple here that needs to include a 1 and a 4. So I see that has to be 1, 2, 4 with 2s all over. We have a renbon of length 5 in the shape of a zeta. No, that's a renbon of length 6, actually. And then we've got... We know the 1 and the 6 have to go in these cells. Oh, sorry, these are double arrows, not between lines. Sorry. These are double arrows. So the sum of the digits in the circle is the same as the sum of the digits along here. Which I think lets me do math in this column if I am sufficiently masochistic to do that. Because if I sum the whole column, I know I get 21. And if I then also want to sum the column, I can also do that by adding... Oh, maybe not. Each of those digits... No, it is. It's each of these digits twice, because I need to include this digit, and then basically I can replace these two... Here's the way to say it. Replace those two with an extra of those, and replace this one with an extra of that one and an extra of that one. And so what I've gotten here is that this 21 is double these two plus this one, or sorry, plus triple this one. So this one certainly has to be odd, is the point. But it's also tripled, so it probably is going to have a hard time being a 5. Because if this was a 5, then that would account for 15. Oh, no, that's okay. 15, I could do 15 plus double those. That's, or no. No, yeah, 15 plus 1, 2 would be fine, right? But it's certainly odd. If it is a 5, then of course that's a 6 and a 1. Garion points out that if this is a 1, 2, then these are at least 3, 4, which is too big. So this is not 1, 2, it's 2, 4, which means that this one is 1, 2. And so the 2, 4 here mean that these are a minimum of 1, 3 in the world. So this is a minimum of 5. In fact, actually, this has got to be a 5 or a 6. These can't actually be 1, 3 because that would sum to 4. But one of them is certainly a 1. One of them needs to be a 1, but I can't do 5 here because I need 1, 4. So it's actually got to be 1, 5 adding to 6 is the only way that works. Hey. this is no longer able to be 5, because if it was 5, then I would end up with a 1 here, which I can't because of the 1-2 pair, so we can get rid of that. If this is a 3, then it still doesn't work, because if this is a 3, this number is at least 4, and that still sums to too much. So in fact, that's definitely a 1 with a 5 and a 6 and a 1. Okay, so this will be 3, 4, 5, going with 4, 5, 6 there. One of these is a 2 for what it's worth. Right. I can now do triple 1 is... Triple 1 means I need these two to sum to 9, right? Because the total was 21. Triple 1 means I need 18 more, but these are doubled, so 9 more. And so that means that this is 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Oh, 3 is the only digit left here. Thank you. 1 is placed in box 2, yes, because it can't repeat in the column. Okay, so this digit I know the parity of, right? Because this is odd plus even is odd, so this is even. So this is 4 or 6 only. I'm being told I know the parity of this digit. It's because these two are opposite parities and these two are opposite parities. So right, so yeah, so this digit is the opposite parity. That's very smart. So yeah, so this is a 3, 5 because it's an odd and it's not a 1. I don't think they need to sum to an even amount because it's going to be even anyway because it's going to get counted twice. Yeah, it is true. One of these two is a 2. So one of these two is a 2. One of these two is a 2. Yeah. If this is a 4, what Garion points out is it actually makes that a 5 and that a 5 through our various combinations. So this is never a 4, which is a 3, 5 pair, which means that's not a 5. So we have a 4, 6 pair. And this 3, 5 always goes with a 4, 6 up here. So these are just from 4, 5, 6. Maybe it's worth pointing out. So I've only got one more 4, 5, 6 to place on here. So people are doing the same math from column 5 and column 6. So these all sum to 20. So these sum to a maximum of 16, which means these two sum to a maximum of 8, which means this can't possibly be a 6 because it would make it sum to too much. I agree. Yeah. So that is a 6 and a 4, which makes that a 3 and a 6, makes that a 5 and a 2 and a 4 and a 1 and a 2. All get done in. These are a 2, 5. Okay, now we can do math. 21 minus 7 is 14, so these add to 7, so that's a 2. These are 3, 4. Basically, what I did there is to say I know the sum of these cells was 14, and that was double the sum of these, so this was 7. I could just do the math. That's a 2. Oops. Let's see. Let's strip 5 out of there. Let's place that 2, that 5. Now we know where the 5 goes on the zeta renbon. So that's a 5. I cannot hit the right letter to save my life. So that's a 1. That's the 3. Let's see. So that's a 6 and a 1. So that's a 4 and a 6. That's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 4. This is a 3 or a 4, but it's a 4. So that gives me a 3 and a 4. And that's a 3. Very nice. Plus, I love the zeta. The zeta is great. Alrighty, but I think I should wrap up there for today. So thank you, everyone, for hanging out for a combo reaction plus puzzle solving stream. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. And I'll be back next Sunday, but fear not. In the meantime, we'll be continuing to put out our Invitation to Puzzles series 3 days a week. Plus, I'm really enjoying Silk Song, so if you want to see a bad player play Silk Song, I know that's a very different view than you usually get from most of the people who stream it. I have been, or Tristan has been posting videos of that. As well as continuing and nearing the end of Lorelei and the Laser Eye. Not quite there, but almost. So if you want to catch up on that. And we'll be starting the puzzle that the game that the supporters have voted on after Lorelei wraps up in the not too distant future. So if you are a supporter and you haven't yet voted and you have opinions, I can tell you the current 2 games leading are Can of Wormholes and Talus Principle 2. If you have a preference between those and want to vote and you support the stream, you can do so. Alrighty. That is going to be all for today. Do please like if you have not, and if you're new, I hope to see you again soon. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and I'll see you soon. Last but not least, let me thank the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and Tyson. See everyone real soon. Bye for now.